we'll just like do our normal debating, but nothing crazy. And then, yeah, and then Tapley will be here and then we'll go from there. Yeah, we'll keep it PG. We're going to keep it PG. We're going to keep it friendly. You know what we're going to do? We're going to have all of the Americans act Canadian, and they're going to be really nice and really polite. And then we should be safe. Okay, so request up if you feel like you can be a Canadian for an hour. If you can act like a Canadian for 1 hour, you can request up. If you can't, then don't. Okay, hold on, let me.
Well,
hey guys.
Hey, I'm sorry.
Hold on, let me get everybody up here. We'll have a little convo.
I didn't push.
Where am I?
I'm picking up sushi at the moment. It's so good.
Okay, so let's do this.
Let's do Slayer. Sush.
Yeah, no, I want some.
Sushi is so good.
It's
W
so
sushi.
I like simple sush though. I don't like the Americanized version of the
The
maki
roll-ups
sushi
or
rolls.
whatever. Yeah, I don't like it. I like just
So
raw fish.
for all the
Right?
people that just came into the room, Tapley will be here in 50 minutes, 50. So any support you can give to the live now would be super appreciated. We're just going to do like our regular debate until then, and then we'll bring up the bigger influencers to come up here and help with. They're so kind. They're all going to come and sit on the panel to help mine viewers for Tapley. They've been so gracious today. So some people have reached out to Johnny. I know we have Good Trouble coming. We have RTP. We have Facts Still Matter. We have another person. Ford News, Roxy Politics, and I believe a couple of others. I just haven't been able to keep up with it all. So, I mean, we won't be doing like the co-host style with 9 people. We'll only be able to do 8 because Tapley will need the big screen. And then once Tapley sort of presented his findings to everybody, then we will, have whoever's on the panel, like ask their questions, make comments, whatever. And then we'll start to bring people in to rotate through on the panel, and yeah, we'll just see how the evening goes from there.
W
Hi,
to you,
Mojo.
Danielle. W to you. You're getting some really big creators in here. That's amazing.
Yeah, I'm so excited for RTP to be up here. That's like my offense, that's my favorite streamer on this app.
I love Good Trouble. Good Trouble
Does that stand
the
for
man.
something, or is it literally just the letters RTP?
No, RTP in capital letters. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Okay.
RTP
Yeah, no, I
is
haven't met
going
him
to be streaming it to YouTube as well.
Okay.
This is going to be so good for your
Mojo.
No,
life.
That's
Bobby, I didn't disconnect you. I didn't
Where's my
disconnect
buddy go?
anybody.
Yeah, we need Deadpan in here. I love Deadpan.
It's said by live creator. That's why I
I
said
didn't touch.
Probably glitch.
Oh,
it's
no.
glitching.
Yeah, for sure.
I didn't.
I
was
just
like-
got up.
It's like
I
this
just
is
got
how
off
we're
Red's
doing it
panel.
now.
Chris K. Hahn is up on
Yes.
Red's panel, and I just had
Yes,
to
bro.
endure her just venomous whatever. So I'm glad to come in here and have like nice people.
If there's
Not have
That
people just
might
calling
have
you
been the
stupid
most
because they
annoying
think you're
I've ever
smarter
seen.
than you.
there's
It's really cool. Like, guys, listen. I'm like at the end of the day, I'm a nobody. I'm just a girl from Canada that hosts a live, right? And says my
Don't
opinion,
talk about our friend like that.
where
You
I
take it back.
probably shouldn't. But what I do think is really cool, on a side note from what Tapley's doing tonight, I just think it's really cool that if all of these creators do show up, to have them all in a room. And I hope that it inspires them to do like maybe once a month, like a power live where they
Yeah.
all come together and they bring all of their viewership together and they do some panels. I think that would be I think that would be super cool.
Yeah.
Deadpan and Red State
Yeah,
are
very cool.
starting next week. They're going to be doing just a creator panel where they talk about all of the crazy things, like no holds barred. It's going to be pretty interesting to see. So I hope that takes off with other creators too, like you, with some of the bigger creators and everything, where they join each other's panels and share viewership. I think that just garners a lot of camaraderie on the app, and I think it can breach a lot of division lines, to be honest with you.
And it brings more people together. Might I make a suggestion? I know you normally don't block people, but I don't think it's a good idea to have Wyatt on his alt account, considering if it's going to be a smooth night, he might be problematic. Like, I don't see it going, non-problematic with him around. But that's not me telling anybody what to do. He's just got his alt in here right now, and he's already starting stuff.
The thing is I don't want to piss people off and make them go further than just trolling in the comments. So I'm trying to find a fine balance between
That makes sense.
being fair, right?
Dan Malik's in here. That's a big creator too.
Who?
Dan Malik. I think that's how you say it. He just popped in here. He's one of the big creators too. He hosts a lot of lives. I don't know if he's on a backup or not, but he does really good lives. He does a lot of informative stuff too.
I agree that Wyatt's an issue just because of what we know that he does.
Yeah, but there's
chase
enough
people out.
there's enough mods in here that are gonna be in here tonight in the comments. Me, Player, Vicky's down there.
You're good. You're good.
There's
I
plenty
just
of
don't
comments.
want you guys. I just
Hey,
don't want you
Bremner.
guys muting people so much that it pisses people off. Okay, because everyone's got backups, and everyone can come back in a backup and do shit to the live, right? So let's be fairly fair.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, unless they're saying things that are just like horrendous.
It's okay. It's good to get a jump on. It's good to get a jump on the stuff they're going to make up, right?
That's
10
true,
minute
forever.
timeout.
I don't know if
And
you
then
guys
time
know
out.
who Manda
And No Neck
Rose is,
makes up the
but
craziest
lives where I
stories,
first
man.
met Nemo. She's a really good one to throw into. If we're going to make this a regular thing, Manda Rose has a pretty decent following.
She does. I like her lives too.
You
I would
guys
say
should
10
make a
minutes,
place where you could nominate people.
Okay, still,
right?
I will do that. All right, guys. Okay, so I'll just repeat it one more time. There's 300 people in here already. I know that everyone has seen a lot of other people sharing about tonight's live. Tapley and the bigger creators will be up on the panel at 8 p.m. So in 45 minutes, 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So in 45 minutes. So if you guys want to enjoy a little bit of friendly debate while we're just going to, maybe we'll talk about the Supreme Court ruling today and what that means for the administration, what that means for the U.S., will the tariffs have to be paid back? Who will those go to? All of that kind of stuff. So we'll kind of have that conversation, something light. I don't want to get into Iran. I don't want to because we know the road that leads down.
Please do not talk about the Middle East. I'm begging.
Okay,
I agree.
we're
So
going
are
to
you
do
holding-
a sort of boring topic for the next 45 minutes. And
Are
then
you gonna do an open?
we'll go
Are
from
you
there.
doing an open panel at
They're
the
not
end
going to let
after
me do
Tapley?
tariffs. They'll let me do escargots and license fees, but I can't charge countries $1, not even $1, not even 2 cents, not even 2 pennies. We stopped making pennies. They
Is
were
there
Oh
like
my
a-
God,
Is
redacted.
there a
Alright.
fun
Can I-
topic? Because tariffs are
Olive?
I'm like low-key bored.
Danielle, I just want to ask you a question. Do you mind if I stream it as well? I didn't realize you had RTP.
Oh,
streaming it.
now he asked. Now he asked to stream.
No, Mojo, I don't mind if anybody streams it. I'm totally fine. I think Tapley would be here. Let me message Tapley really quick and ask him, because this isn't my live. This is Tapley's live.
That's
I don't think he'll have any problem. Hold on.
Yeah, because I
Oh,
think
did Tapley
ETI
change
was
his name
talking
to
about
all
it
of the
too.
Roddy?
I think
Huh?
ETI was talking about streaming it too.
It's for the cause,
Yeah.
right? It's for the
Right,
cause.
just for
I don't think
explanation,
any-
Slayer, I stream myself.
Mojo,
I'm not on the
I'm
panel,
giving you
if I'm-
shit. I'm
That's
just
fine.
giving you shit.
That's fine. I don't know that anybody else in the room knows that you're giving me shit. I stream myself. If I'm not on the panel, I'm not streaming somebody else's live without me being on the panel. So I wasn't sure if I'm going to be on the panel tonight. That's why I thought I'd ask.
So he believes in consent, y'all. Y'all heard that here. He believes in asking for permission. That's a positive.
Fucking right.
Quality that only seems to exist on the left. That's weird.
Shut the hell
Oh
up,
God! Remember, we're supposed
redacted.
to behave like Canadians today.
When you
Oh,
guys were
I'm sorry.
talking about that thing about having bigger creators get together and have power lives, you should have a place where people could, because yeah, we all talk about it up here, but there's people in the chat that don't ever come up on a panel. But if they had a place where they could send a name of someone they wanted to nominate, some people could
I
go
do
look
that
at
on
them.
mine. I usually
Oh,
do
thanks,
that.
Arnisar. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Like I hear you, Bremer. That's what I already was doing. I just have to wait till my taxes come in and replace my PC part, and I'll be doing that. I was already like trying to create a space where I could have like all kinds of creators come in and mentioning new creators and stuff and getting it out there for some of the big name people that don't know about them was what I would do during my commercial breaks. So I feel what you're saying.
Yeah, this is.
I don't know. Like I don't like. I can't. I don't go around and do a lot of big creators thing. To me, it just. I don't know. I try to stick to my like
You do good.
certain
Don't worry
groups
about
that I
what you're
go
doing.
into.
You do good.
Yeah,
You're
I go
doing
into
Guys,
a
I
good, bud.
really, I really appreciate you gifting the live, but try and save your coins for maybe when Tapley's here, because I think the more gifting that happens during that time, and please like gift the panelists like crazy. I feel like that'll keep the live safer. So I really appreciate you guys sending the gifts, but we really need like a algorithm push when Tapley comes here, and also the gifting will keep the live safe. So if you want to spend money now and later, go ahead. But if you want to budget, I would wait another 40 minutes. Thanks, guys.
All I'm trying to do, if I
Are you
can,
told
is a
so?
late anniversary present. Is see if I can get good trouble to give a shout out if he has even 2 seconds to my wife for an anniversary present. I've been trying to
Jason,
do
my
that.
brother.
I've been trying to do that for like 2 months now, but I never have the chance. That'd be like the perfect. I'm not even asking for that. I'm just saying if I luck out.
Got my sushi.
Oh
Yeah.
my god, what kind of
Sushi's
sushi is it though?
disgusting.
Well, I'm still, you're not, I
Crunchy
keep
shrimp roll.
accepting you, but it's not working. You might have to exit out of the app completely and come back in. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, it's a server
Slayer,
glitch.
you
It's
look like
flooded right now, so you gotta go out, close the app, open it, and it resets the server for you.
Slayer.
Did,
You look like you eat
Oh,
seaweed, bro.
awesome.
did you guys see that? That's I don't know, something or other 2009. He asked me in the comments if I
Aw,
saw
thanks,
if I heard
Paula.
about PNW, and then said and I'm wondering if he's talking about the female
Yeah,
creator
there was
PNW with the
somebody
whole
with a
market
new
thing.
account. Kindness. It was a fudge account with 0 followers and zero. They mentioned
No,
it
I
and
know.
said they.
Can I finish?
Oh yeah, sorry.
So something about
You
did
guys
you
are
see what happened to
Canadians, eh?
PNW?
Try to be
Did you see what
Canadian.
happened to PNW? And then they said gone, unfortunately, and I'm like, was there self deletion? But I tagged him to try to
Oh,
answer,
guys,
but they're
let's not
gone. I
talk
didn't.
about
I
this.
just I don't know why the heck he
Let's not
tagged
do
me in
other
the
than
No,
comment.
talk
I
no,
don't
no,
know who
no,
that
no, no. Let's
is.
not talk about this. Anyways, what do you guys think about the Supreme Court decision?
I think
They
it's great, but I'm like corporations shouldn't get money back when the consumers were paying for the tariffs.
Is that where the money goes?
So
yeah, it's going back to the
yeah, that's what they're
Holy
companies.
talking
fuck, are
about.
you kidding me? Jesus Christ, man. What a scam.
Like the American
Yeah,
people just get screwed. So it's not really a win for us Americans because we're not seeing it back.
Yeah,
right.
Like
Trump's
what?
buddies made a whole bunch more money. Jesus
Yeah.
We
Christ.
just bailed banks out again, from what I understand too. That's what Allison was saying in Red's live just a bit ago. So that banks just got a huge bailout as well, and I'm like, okay, well, when is the relief going to come for the American people? That's what I want to know, because my power bill's gone up, my grocery
Oh
bill's
shit,
gone up,
thanks,
like
lady.
everything is crazy high,
I don't know.
Thanks,
and there's no
Zoya.
relief in sight.
Well, the
I
two
listen.
stories that I thought were
Sorry,
weird
guys,
that
I
got
was doing
buried
something in the background.
was the 1.3% GDP for December, which is anemic when you want it to be heavy, given this December, as well as, remember Trump sat there and dunked on Biden for revising all his job numbers, said it was all political, and then he revised the largest ever. It was 900,000 jobs for last year.
Right.
He just provides it all, and that hasn't got any play. I
No.
just one of the things I really wish that as if we have a large audience of bigger creators, one of the things that I've noticed and my friends in DC have noticed is that there is a somewhat of a coordinated message on the right to talk about very specific things and basically a noun, a verb, and immigration. And it would be really great if we focused on the things and the stories that aren't being talked about, like that 900,000 and the fact that the economy is doing, as opposed to talking about their issues, which don't give us any play.
Thanks, Civic.
That's my thought.
I like that you guys had to catch his humor. He said a noun, a verb, and immigration. That's actually fucking hilarious.
Did you guys see Oslo's comment? He says, "Look up the company that Howard Letnick and his son owns that give insurance for the tariffs."
Holy fuck.
Yeah.
I do. Wait.
But it's like you can say it's a win. It's a win.
They own an insurance company to give you
Yeah.
tariff
Yeah, they
money
do.
back.
Yeah. they
$20
do.
is the address for the
Holy
insurance company. Is
shit.
Little St. James.
But like,
You're cool.
what's sad though, is like, yeah, a lot of people are saying this as a win. It's a win for corporations, not for your average American.
Right.
So
The
to
only
me, I
corp-
could care less because it's not. I think California figured it out. It was like $1,750 a person should be getting back from what it's costs with the pricing.
Plus interest. We gave them a short-term loan for a year.
Yep. Where's my Doge
Standard
check?
interest
That's
rate
what
is
I wanna know.
9%.
And you
Where's
didn't
our
even
Doge
get the
check?
$2,000.
No, you do not want that Doge check. Please do not print any more money, Trump.
That
Do not
cost us
print any
$136
more.
billion. Nobody's getting a fucking Doge check.
Some of it's so funny. Like you listen to these people who like love them so
Exactly. I wish
much,
they would pay the debt off with it.
and you think about some of this stuff, and you're just like, what the fuck?
But
I know. I'll
like
take
that
it in
even
Trump
gonna
stock.
be-
That'll be worth something someday.
when she said something about when lady just said something about I wish they'd pay the debt. That's $300 billion. That ain't even gonna touch the debt.
It doesn't matter. We need to start
our
paying
debt's-
it.
our debt's
We need to
40
just start
trillion.
paying it. Like, this is ridiculous. We cannot just keep printing money out of thin air and hoping for the best.
think-
Like, it's not working for us.
raising
Is it
your-
who was it that said that Trump is printing more money than what Biden did under his whole?
Hey, you can go look at the M2 money
administration?
supply.
Yeah,
Trump
true.
has literally printed more than Biden now.
Oh shit! Thank you for the gift. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that's just in a year.
I
You
saw
guys-
something today too about like $30 trillion being offered up by Russia to pay off
Thanks, Hud.
to lift the sanctions or something like that.
Russia doesn't have $30 trillion.
And I know, right? I thought it was pretty ludicrous, and then I immediately thought of that it was just like propaganda, obviously. But you know, it's very telling considering that's who Donald Trump went to pay off a bunch of his debt. You know, he
Right.
borrowed a bunch of money from Russia. So I'm like, this tracks. This could be
Well-
true if Russia had $30 trillion.
If they're willing to entertain something like that, then I also would like to offer the government
Buddha.
$5 quintillion to never pay taxes again.
Yeah. W still rise.
So do you
I don't
guys
wanna
think
pay
though, if he does a blanket like global 10% tariff, that'll just bring in more money than what he had previously before the Supreme Court's decision?
Nope.
Nobody's not
I
allowed to
didn't
do
think
that. I
so.
thought that's still
No, he
violated.
can. He found a
No,
loophole.
he can. Yeah, he found some type
He
of
found-
loophole.
One of
Well,
the laws
I mean, someone's gonna-
allows him to.
Someone's going to file a lawsuit. It'll get an immediate TRO from a federal judge, and then it'll be set there in litigation until it decides it again. So it's like we're in this limbo status.
When are
I think it's
Republicans going
important
to get
to
a
remember that
backbone?
we've destroyed trade relations
What-
with a lot of countries.
But when are
So is it really going to matter? Because
Right.
Probably they
they're
are.
not
The
trading with us
Republic-
now.
No, Kind, you're totally right. That's
When-
exactly
The
what it is.
Republicans
when
are
are
getting
Republicans going to
backbone,
get a
though.
backbone
They are.
and,
They're shifting
and actually
over.
stand up against what's going on? Because
Hold on.
like I don't know, like this is what the big hang up is, even with Congress, dude. I believe on both sides aren't pushing enough. Like at least write the legislation, bring it forward to even see where it's gonna go.
Right.
Do
My conversations
something.
with my
Like,
friends on the
Especially
Hill,
after you
they-
threatened the whole world.
They're
They were
talking
saying that
about.
if the Republicans force an actual voice filibuster on the SAVE Act, that the caucus is going to read the Epstein files one after the other as Democrats stand up there and filibuster.
Yeah, they're
That's a
talking
big-
about March 31st. They might have enough support from enough Republicans to impeach Trump, too. I read that somewhere, that they've convinced a few of the Republicans already to come to their side. And those Republicans they've convinced are going to talk amongst their fellow cohorts and try to get them to listen because they have a better chance at getting it. But their goal is March 31st is what they're aiming for. So hopefully that has some fruition. I know. Trump's just one of the puzzle pieces, but that's what they're talking about. They've already gotten some Republicans to finally change their mind. Now they're working on the Republicans they convinced to convince the others. So.
I just think that it's crazy though. Like we're talking about like them being on like one side or the other, and they just took they're trying to take up the War Powers Act next week, but none of the Democrats are trying to side. Oh wait, shoot! You told us not to talk about that topic. Okay, never mind. I dropped that one.
I was just saying that you can impeach him all day long, you still have to convict him in the Senate, and you're never getting to 67 in an election year. That being said, it's all going to come. It's ours to lose in the House. It'll come down to Texas of all places in the Senate, and it really comes down to who we nominate. Polls right now show if Tallarico has it and Paxton has it, we take the Senate. If it's Crockett, it's a toss-up. If it's anybody else on the, or it's what's his face on the Republican side, they win. So we'll see how it goes.
It's very
May I ask
interesting
a
too.
question of
This
all
whole
the
thing.
Americans? Can I ask a question? Is that okay? I'm just curious, and forgive me because I don't know this, but when you guys hold an election, like when we hold an election here, there are people, representatives from every party in that room, more than one of them, in every polling booth in Canada. Do they have that in the United States?
What room are you talking about?
Yeah, what do you
In
mean?
the polling at the polling stations, we have at least one from each party watching everything.
Oh,
Well, they're staffed by volunteers, so people have to show up. It's not
volunteers.
like a paid position, and it depends on which state. Because like Washington and Oregon have vote by mail, so we don't have polling place.
Yeah. No, I'm
And
just
you-
curious.
and
Like,
you-
do you guys worry about that kind of stuff that he's going to try and
Oh yeah.
cheat?
Well,
Yes.
yes, because they're talking about having ICE present at polling stations, and that's I think
That's cheating.
gonna pose a very
Oliver,
difficult.
you can drop me if you want to
situation.
bring somebody else up. This is like all over the place.
Oh,
No,
sorry.
it's going fast.
That's my
I
fault.
just wanted to.
That's my
I
fault.
just wanted to tell you guys about Howard Lutnick's business that he's doing with the tariff. So he's paying people that have to pay tariffs. He's loaning them the money, and in the loan agreement, it says if the tariffs get struck down, the company gets the money, not the lendee, not the
Well, it's
person
like a
borrowing.
contingency fee.
Yes.
Do small
So
businesses get it
What a
too?
douche.
So the small businesses get screwed out of their tariff money. Like they've
Yeah.
borrowed money from Cantor Fitzgerald to pay their tariff, and in their loan agreement it says if the tariffs get struck down, Cantor Fitzgerald gets the money.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Are you saying that something's happening
Shady?
the
Oh
wealthy?
no! Surprise!
That's-
Surprise!
This has never happened
It's
before.
like hiring the arsonist to run the fire department.
Yeah.
So it seems like I said earlier.
So if you didn't take the loan out of that place, do you get to still get the money though? Like, does the government
Yeah.
have to give you it? Okay.
Yeah.
Assuming that's how they roll. There's no clear indication because the Supreme Court apparently decided to punt. Because this is where you want as much ambiguity as possible on what happens to the money that's already been collected. They didn't say one way or the other. I mean, common
Sounds like
sense
a
says if it was
disaster.
illegal, you have to return it, but there's no mechanism to do this.
Yeah, but what's going to be like at the end of the day? Like, I don't know why we're talking this because at the end of the day, the consumers are going to get fucked and the corporations are going to make money because there is no class action lawsuit from American taxpayers that have been paying for these tariffs. And that's the only way you're going to collect anything is if we bring a class action lawsuit against the government for expenses, but nobody's going to do it because it's going to cost more legal fees than what it's going to cost when you get back. So,
So guys, I'm just going to do, hey guys, so 30 minutes until Tapley arrives here and some of the bigger TikTok hosts. So we've got 30 minutes. We're just sort of keeping the conversation going to there and just getting more people in here. I know this isn't the most exciting stuff, but I'm also trying to preserve the live and not talk about anything too risky before 8 o'clock. So just bear with us. Can you guys?
And what I wanna say, too,
Can you
is-
guys argue about something like?
yeah. I'm just going to say one last point, Danielle.
Oh, I got
Like,
to go.
listen, so-
U.S. hockey wins.
Hold on once, you still rise.
What? What
Okay,
did you
so,
say?
and we don't know where this money has even gone or if it's even been spent. So if it's been spent, it's going to crash
you know
our
damn
economy.
well
They
that's
have to
not
pay it
true.
back.
I've told you this several times.
What?
The money's been moved to somewhere else.
No,
Whenever they get
no, it
out, it'll
fucking
be
hasn't.
gone.
No, it has not.
Where is
So
it
where
gone?
is it?
Redacted.
He's trying to argue with you.
Oh. Oh God.
I can't argue with redacted.
Mega
Too much.
redacted. I can't take you serious, bro.
Yeah, like I can't argue with redacted because me and him don't really argue about things. We're on the same side. It's kind of hard to argue with
Where's
him.
Kareem when you need a good crash out? Where are
Holy
you, Kareem?
shit!
Again, guys, U.S. hockey won. I'm just saying.
You know
Yeah,
what?
females,
You
not
know,
men.
y'all. There's 455 of us in here.
Come on, you can't go. Listen.
Oh,
Still rise.
Daniel, I
It's
do
still
have an
too
actual
early.
political question.
It is
Sorry.
still too early
Never mind.
to do that to the Canadians. Okay, it's still too early.
Yeah, it's
do
not
that.
Can
going to
either
happen
Danielle
anyways.
or
That's just
Brenner
mean, man.
tell me what happened a couple days ago with the airspace over Canada? There was something signed the other day that restricted flights either to or from the U.S., and I'm looking for more details on that if you know what I'm talking about.
I'm sorry, buddy. I can't help you. I haven't heard that.
No, I
Anybody in
haven't.
the chat heard that?
I haven't heard that either.
I saw it and I
That's
investigated it, and it looked like it was a fake story. I'm
You're a
hoping
fake story.
it is. I know, right? Sorry, but
Yeah,
I did
Steph,
look
you're
at
a fake story.
I didn't want to share it until I knew it was true because I was like, holy shit, this is not good.
Are you one of Steph? Are you one of those people that believe in aliens and shit?
Yeah, I do believe in it. It's kind of egotistical to think we're all alone here.
I
It's
agree,
easy.
Steph.
It's literally almost mathematically impossible for there not to be aliens.
Right.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah,
If you
absolutely.
think about it,
You're not one of those
Redacted. How many?
people in the
Redacted. How many
so-
anal probes have you had then?
Oh Lord!
Consensual or no?
Oh, I guess right.
If you think
I
about
mean,
it, God's
hey.
an ET, so just saying, he's not from the earth, and it just means out.
Wait a
You're
bad one.
not
But
from here.
what if God was one of us?
Oh my
Well,
God!
isn't that a
I
song?
can't with you redacted.
What if
Just
God was
like
one of
Oh
us?
my God, you guys stop.
Okay, you guys are like
Like-
making me fall asleep. Like I can't.
Come on, really,
Listen.
Daniel?
Well, I
Listen.
tried to yell at people, and they were
I can
just
tell
like,
stories about when I worked in a bar.
No, we're gonna talk about what happened today. You guys are acting like it's not a big deal, and it really is a big
I know
deal.
it's a
It is
big
a big
deal,
deal.
It's a
Danielle.
huge deal.
He said
and
the
I'm-
fucking word embargo.
Yeah, that is true.
Is that a new one in his vocabulary?
Oh,
They
that
let
was
me
the
do
threat of the whole
escargots
fucking
and
world.
license
But Danielle,
fees, but
what
they
I
won't
was
let me put
saying,
a dollar,
Danielle,
not even a dollar.
Is
Yo, thanks,
Danielle?
OT.
What? Hey, hold on, once. Daniel, what I was saying is that it is a big deal for corporations. We as Americans know that we're gonna get fucked, okay? Because we're not
Corporations
going to
ate
see any of
most
this
of
money
those
that's
tariffs.
returned off of it.
Corporations ate most of those tariffs. That's why we didn't see a crash in the economy. Therefore,
Bingo.
the corporations are the ones that are getting the money back, not the American citizens, because we didn't see a raise in our prices for the most part.
Wait, what?
What?
They didn't eat that. Mojo, there was a study that
They ate the best. Yes, corporations ate the best.
No,
majority of the
they
tariffs.
passed it down to
No.
the consumer. What are you
They
talking
passed
about?
it on to us. We
Yeah,
paid the
Mojo, I've
price.
actually
pass it
read
on.
some. I actually read some studies on this, and it's actually cost the average American home, like family,
$4,000 extra.
$1,200 in 2025 per household. I
And-
read a few reports.
Both
And it's
things can be
more. It's
true.
always more than the amount. I own a company, a packaging company, and so if my tariff is like $1.45, I'm not literally passing on to my customer who ultimately you buy it from exactly $1.45. I'm going to round up because it just makes
All
it
right.
easier for accounting.
In
So
2025,
$1.45 becomes $1.50, or $1.78 becomes $2, and so it's
Okay,
not a
but Mojo is-
linear
Mojo is-
increase.
Mojo is
In 20
Mojo is correct, and so are you guys, because in the first quarter reportings, Mojo, I hear you, because in the first quarter reportings, you take GM, we didn't see price increases come for a lot of these big companies until after that first quarter report. But at the beginning of the second quarter, GM reported that all of their profit had been eaten up because they shouldered the tariffs for as long as they could, and then we started to see consumer effect. So he is
All right,
correct, but so are you guys.
in 2025, wait, hold on. In 2025 and 2026, U.S. importers and companies, rather than foreign exporters, bore nearly 90% of the economic burden of the tariffs, not consumers. I'm sorry, 90% of those tariffs were eaten by the corporations.
Wait,
Yeah, but hold
where
on,
did
hold
you
on,
read
hold on.
that? Where did you read that?
Hold on, but
This
didn't
is,
they buy like 6 months in advance on their stuff when they heard about the tariffs? And
of
that's
course
why
they
it
did.
looked that way, because they could
It
afford
doesn't,
to eat the cost the first 6 months. But then if you look, because this
That's
is
what
the
I just
thing you
said,
have to
madam.
acknowledge, they were
that's
increasing the
ridiculous.
prices by 2 to 3% incrementally inside most businesses. Because I was tracking it, it was like every 3 weeks to a month, a lot of
That's
businesses
the
were
rate of
still raising it.
inflation.
There's
That's the
also
rate of
studies out
inflation.
there that stated that 96% of all tariffs were paid by the consumer.
Wait, the rate of
That's
Exactly.
inflation?
incorrect. That
No,
is
that's the
just a lie.
producer price index. What? Wait, hold on. Whoa. What are we doing right now?
So
Mojo,
where's Mojo getting his from?
that's what I'm trying to hear, but
I mean,
everybody.
yeah, it's like
Liberty
produce.
Liberty Street Economics is where I'm getting the article from.
Somebody want to look that up?
Research from J.P. Morgan Chase. It's also a New York Fed analysis. I can give you the New York Fed analysis if you want.
Yeah.
Money Watch has it. Consumers and businesses paid nearly 90% of Trump tariffs in 2025. New analysis found. This was February 18th of 2026 on Money Watch. CBS News Money
Consumers
Watch.
and businesses.
So,
Consumers and businesses.
Yep.
It doesn't say
yeah,
consumers.
You
both
Oh,
are
just said
true.
consumers
it.
and businesses. I see what you're saying.
You just read
Both
it
can
out
be
that way.
true. Both
Okay.
can be true. Mojo is right, but so is everybody else. Because there's 4 quarters in a year, and GM is a perfect example of this. They reported all of their profitability gone at the beginning of the second quarter when they made their reports, because they ate those tariffs during the first quarter. But companies like that, and even smaller companies, Madam is correct too. A bunch of them bought up while the tariffs were not in place to try to shoulder the cost so it wouldn't have to go to consumers. But when that supply ran out, and the profitability of companies like GM ran out, there was no choice with inflation as well but to pass it on to the consumers to try to keep their heads above water. So you guys are all right.
There's one other thing too, though, for their profitability. A lot of these companies, to make their numbers look better, in case people aren't aware, like Walmart, Target, like all these major ones that are like retail stores and stuff, what they do is they cut all of the employees' hours in the last quarter intentionally. So it looks like so that they can make their money look better for the shareholders and stuff. That's another factor you have to look at.
That's
So
true.
really, they do worse than they actually are. It's just because they're slashing all their employees' hours, cutting benefits and stuff like that in the last quarter, so they can make up for all that money they actually don't want to admit they spent to buy the products after they ran out of buying in advance. So
Which is why the taco is happening,
exactly.
and he's very famous for that. It doesn't bode well for stockholders either, and people interested in buying and trading on the stock market, especially internationally, because it's very volatile. You chase people off and make them hold on to their assets and things like that, instead of spending in the stock market, because it's going up and down, up and down, up and down, and that can result in an overall loss. Even if you have peaks, those lows. If you do
Mm-hmm.
the math and you come up with the average, like it can mean more losses than it does gains.
Did anyone else watch the entire press briefing?
I
No.
did actually. It was
Yeah.
I did
it
not.
was something.
There is not only, but there is one specific comment that I am exceedingly interested in. And that was, I'm going to paraphrase here, but that was something along the lines of, hey, the justices, the Supreme Court, we know they can be bought, they can be swayed, et cetera, et cetera. We've seen it before. What the fuck does that, what?
He said that because he was project. I'm telling you, every time he does that shit, he's literally waving the flag in front of you, saying, "Look what I just did," without telling you I did it. He's telling you that he did something and knew. Like, they have to put on a show. You can call me a conspiracist for that, but they always put on a show and then they do these things. But there's people who knew about some of this stuff in advance, so they're still going to profit off of the decision. That's all I'm telling you. It
Ev-
happens
ev-
every single time.
Every accusation is an admission.
With
So we're
this
done.
dude,
His
So
body
we're
language
done.
was weird too. Like, you could tell the difference between when he was reading off of a script and when he was just gish galloping about nonsense like he always does. It was pretty interesting, and that if you know anything about human psychology in the way of body posturing, facial expression, eyes, and just gesturing and stuff. It's not good. He did not sound confident when he was reading off the script, and then he switched to that fake bravado that he has, and I think that's a lot of people lost on a lot of people.
And key thing, he kept saying hundreds of billions, hundreds of billions. He didn't actually give you a number for anybody who paid attention. He literally kept saying hundreds of billions. And I know from looking at the facts that last year when he was proposing that tariffs are more profitable and he was trying to get to a system where tariffs replace the federal taxes and stuff for our government and funding, it doesn't work because I looked up a statistic that showed how much federal taxes brought in. It was like 1.2 or 1.4 trillion, and tariffs only brought in, I think, like 300 and like it was like maybe 385. I'm ballparking it $1 billion. So like, how is he gonna replace that kind of revenue through tariffs? Like, and then the 10% universal thing. He's just so everybody knows. Yes, he did find a loophole, and yes, he can do it. But I also read some technicality. I think only for like, I don't remember the exact amount of days. It might have been like 95 days or 65 days or something.
150.
Yeah, thank you,
150.
Steph. I couldn't
Yeah.
remember, but yeah, it's a technicality stalling tactic because anything we know about Trump, his one strong key factor is he knows how to stall things out and stall it out. When he has no solution, he makes it sound good on paper to the people who aren't educated, no offense, and then he stalls the fuck out of something so he can get his way every single time.
Well, the thing that is the most concerning for me is the CBO talking about hitting 60 trillion in debt in 10 years. Like, we're already over 100% of our GDP in debt.
Yeah.
And you start hitting 150, 200%. I mean, you're going to hear the word austerity being used a hell of a lot more often. And that's
Imagine
pretty
the fucking interest.
frightening.
You can hear what he said on the plane today too about 5 years of litigation when it comes to returning this tariff money. He was talking about it on the airplane when they interviewed him.
So
Well, and
I'm
we
just
also are having a hard time already servicing our debt. So I can't imagine.
and I'm just gonna say it because it makes the most sense. People who are hating on the immigrants right now, right? The solution is bringing them back, giving them a path to citizenship, and getting them tax dollars rolling in, getting everything booming, getting all of the markets out there popping again instead of repressing it. And then taking some of the money from the military budget and giving it to the healthcare budget and stuff that could actually fix things so people are healthier, so more incentive to work, more money coming in, people are more comfortable with their jobs. We could do that if we actually cut into these things, but they're intentionally destabilizing that because they know this is a fact. They don't want you to know that. Just saying.
We know that immigration is a
I'm
net
sorry to
benefit.
interrupt, but real quick, we've got like 500 people in here, and there's absolutely no reason we shouldn't be at 150,000 taps before this shit kicks off. So to all 500, yeah, it's literally 500. All 500 people in here, get your fucking hands out of your pants and tap the screen. Hurry up. I'm sorry, Kindness. Go ahead.
One full heart
You know,
coffee can do it.
Guys.
We all know that immigration is a net positive for us, and that 16% or more of our GDP can be attributed to not just the labor that the undocumenteds come in and provide in our fields, but working jobs and paying into state and local taxes and stimulating our economy in those ways. The propaganda that they're a net negative because they take benefits, et cetera, we all know that that isn't true, and that's just the propaganda propaganding. So I think that now,
Wait, what?
I think that now, anyways, I think that now we are, it's apparent, it's boldly apparent now how much of a net negative chasing people out of our country is, because like if you look at the DHS numbers, they're all over the place when it comes to an official number of deportations. Yet 1 point some odd million have self-deported, which means the country was like, get out so you can come back, right? And that's
We don't know
because
if they
we're here.
deported themselves.
I really hate being interrupted, Slayer.
Well, you're spreading
I love you,
lies.
species. I'm not
I know,
spreading lies.
I know.
Oh my
I'm
God!
not spreading
Stick
lies.
to the point.
They self-deported under duress, but any immigrants working in our country, which is what they come here to do, is going to be an overall net negative, and we're starting to see the effects of that, is my point.
Just a little, sorry guys, just give me 30 seconds. Hey, everybody who's in here, I know you're all I know you're all in here to see Tapley and the big creators that will be coming in here in 13 minutes. So hang tight. We're just having sort of a safe topic debate. Until then, if you guys could just keep tapping the screen to help us in the algorithm. If you want to gift, please gift when Tapley and the other panelists get here and show them some love. You don't need to show me any love, but the gifting will help keep the live safe. Okay? Thanks, guys.
Hey Danielle, do you have like an entrance song for Tappy, like like from the Rocky theme or something?
No, but I could.
I think
You gotta
that'd be the
pull a
shit.
dino.
Fawcett, this isn't going to be a live for you tonight, Fawcett.
No,
so
I'm about to right
you
now,
might as well.
Kingpin. Yo, thank you, Meegs, my dog. Woo!
You might as well go find another live, Fawcett.
But I was I like the thing about thanks, Meegs. The thing about immigrants not being a net negative, I mean, like, you would have to say migrant exploitation no longer exists, and we all know that's a thing. Both the left and the right could agree that there is migrant exploitation, so that is
I agree
inherently
with that.
that's a negative there. And then
But we're not talking about that. I was talking about as far as the economy is concerned. Like pull the microscope back just a little bit. We're just talking about economic impact. That's it.
Yeah, but the economic impact would be far greater if the true wages were given to American citizens. So right there, that would be depressive. If you're just employing people and not giving them the true cost of their wages, like, that's not an inherent positive.
So I just want to say that, piggybacking off you then, Slayer. So then what you're saying is you got to create an environment where the workers are happy, so they have the incentive to want to keep those jobs, so that they want to work these American jobs, with the benefits and protections, so they can take time off when they get sick and not have to worry. And on top of that, I want to add the fact of my claim I made before you added on, is that we're spending more money, kicking people out of the country that could actually be saved going towards our company, like going towards our total economy and fixing things. Again, we've already giving money that shouldn't be given away and bring it back to us. That solves a lot of it. And FYI, the tariff thing screwed a lot of that up, but that's another conversation because I want to get back into that. But yeah, if you want Americans to have American jobs, they need to have an incentive where they don't work 2 and 3 jobs. They need a system where they have people where they have childcare for the people since they want more babies. And then they need a system so that we can actually go to work and not have to worry about choosing between food or choosing to pay my light bill. We don't have anything even remotely close to
So my point continues to be, and I understand that we have all of our talking points and we all know how to debate immigration. But
Thanks, MT. Thank you.
Every single time we talk about immigration, we are talking about their main issue point. Every single time. We need to stop talking about immigration. We need to start talking about issues that are also very important to the American people, like being able to afford groceries, the exploding gas bills because of what's going on in the Middle East. The economy is going into the tank. 1.3% GDP growth last month or in December. 900,000 job revision from all of last year. Things that are also on the table, but every single time we only talk about what they want to talk about, they're winning. Stop talking about it.
Danielle, can you drop me, please? I want to give somebody
time.
else a chance to come up for the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, and I think Darren is he in the chat?
Yeah.
Darren, I'll jump down and let Darren come up too.
What if you can beat them on all of their topics?
Good night, everybody. Enjoy this, eh?
Thanks, Bremner. We love you. We love our friendly Canadian. Yeah, we love Bremner.
When you guys fix your country, you need to apologize to the world.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean,
just put me at the
everyone's
face of the
electricity
apology.
bill.
Someone
just said in the comments, right? Like, their electricity bill has gone up. Everyone's electricity bill has gone up primarily because data centers by the tech giants have been coming in here with the AI farms, and they get tax subsidies that they don't have to pay. They shoulder it onto you. So every time you're on TikTok, you're paying for the servers that operate all this crap, and we didn't get a say in that. I think that should be part of the discussion because that's a winning topic for us. We didn't vote that shit.
Kudos still rise, because I was about to get to that if you did it, because they're about to put one of those centers in my state, and our electricity bills have already went up 1.5 times as much. Our water bill went up about 1.25% for most people across the city, and like it's only going to get worse once those extra data centers, not to mention, like, whether you believe in the EPA or not in America right now, right, the fact still remains that people are going to get a hell of a lot sicker once they put that center there, because there's nothing to disperse all those chemicals that eject. So that's another problem. They're creating new technology, but they're taking away the regulations to protect us from that technology making us sick while deregulating the medical insurance and making it out of reach for a lot of people to pay for under the guise of it's the immigrants' fault that we can't afford to give you that. Like this all falls in one circle. So we have
And
to knock these out one problem at a time and hopefully get the people in our communities to listen and push back to stop this.
remember, it's
Hold
also
on,
fresh
guys.
water
Guys,
too.
sorry. I just want to take advantage of there being like 670 people in here. Oh, thank you so much for the gifts, you guys. It'll really help protect the live. See my backup account? I'm below Slayer,
Oh, shit,
next to
Roxy.
Madam, between Madam and Mojo. If you guys could follow that backup account, I just started it 3 days ago, so I only have like 500 followers. So if you guys would all follow that, that would be awesome. Oh, Roxy Raid. Thank you so much, Roxy. I love Roxy. Thanks, guys.
You're
Yeah, just
awesome,
give
Roxy.
Madame, it's also fresh water, right? And remember that the
Yeah.
area that they're building these things in, they're not in urban areas where there's primarily Democratic voters. These are rural areas run by predominantly Republican boards, county commissioners, city councilors that write the enormous bills of gifts that allow them to come in there and completely grape the entire natural resources and don't pay any taxes under the guise they're going to hire a bunch of people and pay them a bunch of money, which they may or may not do, but the expense of all of us having to pay higher electricity rates. I think that's an issue we should be talking about. So every time they bring up immigration, okay, great. Let's talk about Facebook. Let's talk about everything else.
Yeah.
I
Turn
agree
the,
with you
turn the
there.
topic.
It's a big
That's
issue
why I
too.
respect Still Rise, because he's 100%
what if we
naming
can
the
beat
truth.
them? What if we can beat them on all this?
So Roxy, we're just chit-chatting, sort of having a friendly debate, safe topic until Tapley comes in 6 minutes. But thank you for sending everybody here. We love Roxy. W Roxy in the chat, gift Roxy. And hey, there's 700 people in here. Roxy is an awesome creator. She's an amazing debater. She lost her main account, had 50,000 followers that she worked 4 years to get. This is her backup. She needs to get to 10K followers so that she can start monetizing from her actual posts. So if you guys, please, all 737 of you, follow Roxy. Let's get her to 10K followers in record time.
Hell yeah.
All right.
All right.
Thank you for that, Olive. I appreciate
Oh, that
it.
looks that the numbers flying up for Roxy. I think she got you, girl. Oh my god.
I'm almost there. I'm at like 9,300 and
Dude,
something.
it looks like when you're pumping gas in your car and the numbers just keep rolling up really fast.
Roxy's one of my favorite people in the world.
Yeah, Roxy is awesome. Please, everybody, I'm pleading with you. She said she ended her live early to come over here to mine her viewers, to hear. She's so unselfish. Please, let's get her backup account to 10K. We can help her build this account back up to the 50 she had on her on the account she worked so hard on. Thanks, guys.
Thank
we
you
really
so much,
appreciate
guys.
it.
Oh my gosh, you guys are. Oh my gosh, I'm all red right now. Okay,
The
thank you.
other too.
No, you're blue right now. You're blue right now.
I'm blue. I'm pink also.
So did you guys Still Rise? Did you see the that Elon Musk just got in big trouble for dumping wastewater from data centers? Like he got in massive trouble for it. Yeah. It's a big deal, and the groundwater removal as well as fracking and things like that. It's actually having a detrimental effect on the Earth's tilt. Like it's throwing our entire planet off balance by removing groundwater. You're shifting mass, and
I kind of wouldn't it be great? Sorry, wouldn't it be great if we had an EPA who could like regulate groundwater and pollution?
Yeah.
Like I feel like it would be great if we had like an agency whose job it was to like police this stuff and it was congressionally mandated. That'd be really great. I'm a visionary. I like to think of the future.
Wouldn't it be great, Still Rise, if we didn't have a president that rolled back the didn't roll back the regulations on that federally mandated agency?
I was just going to say that, you guys, but you cut me off.
Oh,
I was going to talk. That's exactly what I was
Hey,
going
you
to focus
can.
on.
Hey, Danielle, you can give my
That's
box
right.
to somebody that's coming up for Tapley.
I
interrupted
think
you
Kate's
guys,
going to
I'm sorry.
do like a little legal disclaimer. Guys, 800 of you, you have two jobs. Follow my backup account, which is Danielle and Olive. It's below Slayer between Madam and Mojo. Please follow that account. It's my backup account. I started 3 days ago. I really appreciate it. Roxy Politics lost her main account. You have two jobs. Follow that. Follow Roxy. Follow the entire panel. Show everybody some love. We're going to start here in 3 minutes. Okay. So at 8 o'clock, please just do what you can to support the live to keep it safe. Okay.
And don't
That's
forget
what
to
I'm
share it.
asking. Yeah. And at 8 o'clock, you can start sharing it out. You guys are awesome. I can't believe there's 830 people in here already. You guys, the support that you're giving Tapley, like, actually makes me want to cry. Honestly, you guys, he's such a dear friend of mine, and what you guys are doing to support him, it just means the world to me. So thank you guys so much. Sorry, I'm a crier. I'm Canadian. I can't help it. These guys up here are used to seeing me cry, but I
We
really
support that.
appreciate
It's
what
a
you guys
healthy
are doing.
emotion.
Tapley's
It's a
amazing
normal
anyway.
emotion.
It's like something in the Canadian drinking water. I don't know what it is, but like,
Maybe that's why the
criers.
You don't need
spring
to
water
stop
tastes
eating that
good.
poutine. Like, stop eating that poutine and you'll be good.
Slayer, send me some like American tap water. Toughen me up.
No,
You don't want that.
I don't
You
think
don't
it's-
want that
Do you
water.
want hose water? We got
Yeah.
hose water. It's really good.
You,
Yeah, so
Danielle,
it's
you
in
don't
the
want that. RFK's wet dream is giving y'all that water.
Yeah, I
Sure,
don't
but
think
this
it's
is
in the
my
water,
water
Danielle. I
in the
think it's in the
South,
maple.
that's
I don't. I think it's in the maple syrup. I don't think it's in the water.
Okay,
I
guys,
did
I'm
hear
going to
that
have to say
RFK's
goodbye. I've got Facts Still Matter requesting up. I've got Kate, who's going to do a legal disclaimer. Thanks
Yeah,
so
build your
much, the
panel.
panelists, for just keeping the live going for the last hour. It means the world to myself and Tapley. All right,
We
I'm
love
going
Tapley.
to drop, I'm going to leave Roxy up here. Thanks, guys. Please
Good
enjoy.
see Danielle.
And we will open the panel up again later. So like, stick around if you're not too tired. All
I'll
right,
be
let's
here.
do this.
And if you guys could tap the screen, share the live, do some reposting, that would help Danielle's live. Is Tapley arrived yet?
No, I've got, okay, politics. I got Matt up here. I've got, oh my God, these are some big creators. I feel like I'm going red. Like, well, blue, but you know what I mean. Welcome, guys, to the panel.
Thanks for the invite. Glad to be here.
No,
Hi,
you
Fax.
guys,
Yeah, thank you for having us.
no, thank you guys for, okay, I can drop my backup now. Bye, Danielle and Olive. This is my backup.
can,
Anyone wants to give any last second follows?
You can drop
Gonna
me.
disconnect. Okay, thanks, Slayer, for hanging out with me.
Love you.
Love you
I'm
too,
gonna go,
Slayer.
I'm gonna go hit
Hi,
the
Slayer.
ganja.
Hi,
Bye.
Danielle.
Hi, Kate.
This
All
feels so weird
right.
being up here with all these stars. Thanks for having us tonight, of course.
Okay, I'm not following you on that one, so I'll follow you too.
Okay, so I only have, because I've got to switch the layout. Well, Kate's only staying up for legal announcement. I think Good Trouble is coming, so we'll leave a box open for him. I hope he's coming. He said he was. Hey, maybe you guys could the panel, could the viewers bat signal Good Trouble, please? That would be so appreciated. I'm going to switch the layout here. I'll just do this for now. Okay. And we have a box for Tapley and we have a box for Big Trouble and somebody else once Kate drops. All right.
And for those of you that are in the American boxes are clear. That I don't know if you can see them, Danielle, because
I can see the boxes, but if everyone could maybe put can the viewers
do camera access, if they could turn their cameras on, that would help, so they wouldn't just be empty boxes.
Yeah. Are the viewers, are you guys seeing that white box that the Canadian server with American server issue is, or are you guys seeing all of their profile pictures?
No profile pictures. They're all see-through. They're
the
like
viewers though?
a dark.
Okay, if you guys wouldn't mind, if you guys want to turn your cameras on or put a photo up, whatever, so everyone can see. See, people are seeing all white. Some people are seeing everything. Really depends. So first of all, I want to thank you guys so much for coming here and taking the time out of your evenings or ending your lives or whatever it was that your panels, whatever it was that you did to come here. It's so appreciated. We're just doing it here because the Canadian server seems to be a bit safer, but we'll put it to the test tonight. If the live for any reason goes down, follow Tapley because we will be heading over to another Canadian server. The man of the hour is here. Did someone let him up? Where did he go? Okay, Kate, why don't you go ahead, Kate? And then I think Tapley came into the room, but he hasn't requested up yet. So, Kate, why don't, okay, so for people that are coming in here, just to give you a little bit of a rundown, Tapley will be giving more of a rundown than me. I'm just going to say that Tapley has done some independent investigative journaling. He has found something that's that he's been able to sort of loop and conclude to something that I think that is what something everybody here will be interested in knowing. I'm going to let him take the floor on that. I'm going to say very little. Kate is our high-powered attorney that is very good friends with Tapley. They met through TikTok. So Kate's just going to give a quick little legal statement.
I'm gonna cover our asses. Yeah.
Okay. She's going to cover our asses. All right.
Hi, everyone. Thanks, everyone, for coming here. I'm really excited to see the presentation as well. So a quick legal disclaimer. The statements, claims, and opinions expressed during this live are provided for information and for discussion purposes only. Any references to individuals, entities, organizations, events, or conduct are based solely on allegations and publicly available information. Nothing stated during this live should be construed as an assertion of fact or a finding of liability or a determination of guilt or wrongdoing on the part of any person or entity mentioned herein. Viewers and listeners are strongly encouraged to conduct their own independent research and to consult with a qualified attorney before taking any action based on the content of this live stream. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoy the presentation. Thank you, Danielle.
Thanks, Kate. Thank you so much. All right. So we'll bring Tapley up. I'll shuffle the layout a little bit so that Tapley has a clear, where is he? There he is. All right. The man of the hour. Tapley, tell me how you want the layout to be, and I will do that for you.
All right, just 1 second. Let me get my camera set up. I think this should be perfect. Work with me for just a minute. You guys schmooze while I just kind of do tech stuff. I gotta, hold on, because I'm gonna be projecting this for you guys. So give me a second, okay?
Okay, so I can't put you on this screen on this setup. So, I will have to.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't
Maybe
expand on this setup.
Put everybody on the right, perhaps, if that's possible.
Yeah,
okay.
I can do that. I'll put everybody on the right. So let's do.
Olive, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just got a note that RTP is apparently on the way as well. I wasn't sure if you knew that, but he's planning on coming as well.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Oh my God, we have. So if for RTP, we're going to have to make room. Hold on 1 second. Let me. Okay. So Tapley.
Yes.
Let me know when you want me to switch over the screen.
Just switch me over now, please, so I can just make sure that we can see everything. Everything's in good frame. The camera will be kind of moving. I have somebody sort of operating it off a tripod, so we'll kind of zoom in, zoom out a little bit as we go, okay? All right. Perfect. And I am going to rely on the person on the other side of the camera to tell me if I am in good frame. And if it's a little too dark, Danielle, let me know, and I'll be happy to put up the lights a little bit in here. I'm using my back camera, so I see nothing. I'm not going to be able to see the screen this entire time.
Okay. Is someone holding your camera? Because it's a little bit.
Yeah. So it's on
shaky.
a tripod. It's on a tripod. He just settled it. So it will move sometimes, but it'll balance this after he sets it. See?
Yeah, we can see
that's
everything
good. That's
really
good right
well.
there.
That's perfect.
Can you see me?
Yeah. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
You look great, Tapley. You do.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I got a stacked heel loafer on for you as promised. It clicks when I walk. It's a whole thing. First of all, I want to start tonight by saying that I am so humbled. I'm so nervous, and I am especially honored to be doing this before all of you. I cannot believe that I've managed to get such a powerhouse panel of people to show up for this. And I'm under the impression that, since I have all of these megas on my panel tonight, a lot of you out there listening have no idea who the fuck I am. And that's okay. I hope that after tonight that changes. But if you don't know me, my name's Tapley. I've been working on a deep dive Jeffrey Epstein files investigation for the greater part of about 8 months. Now, last year, roughly about 1 year ago, I was feeling very politically frustrated. I somehow ended up on the TikTok live debate space. I think the first panel that I actually ever saw was Montana's, believe it or not. It was infuriating. And then I pivoted over to Mojo's. I believe he was the first live I ever loved. I watched for a couple of weeks. I didn't have the guts to ever hit request up, but I was a master debater in high school. I was a Lincoln Douglas guy, cross-examination guy, old skill. And after a couple of weeks, while watching these people and trying to build up the guts, I finally did hit request up. And very quickly, I posited myself as a pretty good debater in this community. I made friends with all of you. And that in and of itself was life-changing and just therapeutic in terms of just how I was feeling politically. And then by the summer, once the Jeffrey Epstein case came back into public consciousness, I realized I didn't know anything about it. So it felt, like I needed to do due diligence and start doing some research, right? So I knew how to argue the facts. And I ended up on this article called Teen Girls, Powerful Men, an Inside Look. Sorry, I'm butchering this. Sorry, Guardian. It's called something like Teen Girls, Powerful Men, Inside the Elite Model Look at the Year's contest. And it detailed Donald Trump's association with 3 notorious French perverts, Jean-Luc Brunel, John Casablancas, and Gerald Marie, the 3 heads of the most powerful modeling agency in the world at that time, Elite Model Management. Donald Trump hosted these at his properties. He co-funded them, and he was a judge. The article was fascinating. It pierced right through me. And reading that article without doxing my friend, I knew that I had a question for my best friend. My best friend was a former crown holder of the Miss Universe organization. I'm not going to say which. I'm not going to say which year. Let's say around turn of the century, okay? Point is, my best friend for over half of my life told me, I asked her a series of questions. And in that line of questions, I got one name, which on day 1 turned into a shocking reveal, which to this day remains my greatest lead that I've held very close to my chest. I'm not done investigating it yet. Point is, it was basically that moment that basically turned into this entire thing. And here I am 8 months later, and I've sacrificed everything for this. Since I've been doing this, I gave up my job, again, without doxing anybody. I was an elite waiter at one of LA's most popular restaurants, very high paid job that I liked a lot. But unfortunately, owner of said company turned out to be one of Trump's biggest donors in the last election cycle. And for the money that he contributed, it seems as if he was appointed an ambassador to a European country. Therefore, I didn't really feel safe given that most of my cohorts at work knew what I was up to. And on top of that, ethically, I couldn't live with myself, knowing that I was exceptionally skilled at extracting money from Beverly Hills MAGA to then hand over to my boss, to hand over to Trump, who fucking hates my guts. So, and through the process, I've lost that job. I've disturbed my best friend who has begged me every step of the way to stop this. I've scared my lover, and I've scared myself. I hate knowing what I know, but that said, I'm really proud of the work that I've done. All of it to say is, throughout the process, it's important to know that this debate community that I just kind of ended up in out of political frustration also became my investigatory team. I was able to meet really talented individuals from across the planet, and a small crew of us together have made basically an Avengers-style coalition of citizen sleuths. who have never been interested on waiting and waiting for the files at all. We've always known that they were going to be heavily redacted, impartial, etc., and so on. Therefore, my team, which consists of, as far as people you're familiar with goes, Kate Fox Esquire, Jell, who you might know on the app, and some other people you haven't really heard of. But the point is, they've been my guiding light, and I couldn't have done any of this without them. Now, all of that said, again, I have become the de facto expert on this app. Okay, as far as Epstein goes, you guys bat signal me all the time. I'm here to apply context, but I've shown you very few of my hands, and I have a lot of hands to show you. But tonight, what I'm going to present to you is something that I have found along with some of my cohorts over the last roughly 4 days, okay? And the reason I'm bringing this to you tonight is because it's one of the rare times that I managed to get a fully closed loop. Most of my best leads, I'll still continue to be investigating for months. It's a long process. That said, the final thing that I want to say, now that you kind of have an understanding of like what I'm doing, why I'm doing, or I'd like to kind of tell you just very quickly why I'm doing this. All right. Aside from the fact that I have the free time, I have the intellectual prowess, I have the curiosity, more than anything, I'm fucking sick of this shit. And on top of that, I am a survivor of extreme sexual abuse. Part of this work, of course, is to advocate for the victims directly tied to this case. But make no mistake, every single day, I'm saving myself. I was sexually abused whenever I was 3 years old. After being abandoned by my feckless parents, I was left with my grandparents, who were both not retired at that point. So I had to be put in childcare, like a daycare inside of a home. I'm from a tiny town with 230 people in West Texas. It was nothing fancy. I went to a woman named Lois's house. Lois had 2 teen boys. My first memory is at Lois's house. It's in her bathroom. It was unfinished. I remember raw fiberglass on the wall with whatever you call it. It didn't have drywall up yet. It was just beams, the pink fuzz. I remember a bare bulb on a utility wire hanging out of the ceiling, and I was in a shallow bath. Next thing I know, I hear laughter that's not mine. And I see 2 silhouettes, a 14-year-old, a 17-year-old. I see erect penises. I see pubic hair. And before you know it, I have genitals in my mouth. And the fucked up thing is it wasn't even scary. It was gently coerced. I was groomed. I think I even remember a part of myself wanting more before I even had the language to know like what precocious even meant. It ruined me. And unfortunately, although my grandparents gave me a really wonderful life, once it was revealed what happened to me, because I was routinely molested several times by these 2 individuals, and once I got injured and I innocently exposed what happened to me, and my grandmother knew what happened, of course, she confronted Lois, she confronted the 2 teen boys with my grandfather, and in the end, Lois tugged on my grandma's heartstrings. Boys will be boys. This will ruin their reputation, and this is a tiny, God-fearing town. Please don't do this, more or less. And unfortunately, in spite of the fact that I maintain she's a good woman and she's still with us, huge failure. She listened to Lois. I didn't go to therapy. I got abandoned again. And I've talked to her about this as an adult, and she told me it's the greatest regret in her life because she remembers thinking at the time, the way she compartmentalized it was, surely he's going to be too little to remember. And unfortunately, I do. So all of it to say is, yes, I'm doing this for the people because I know you don't have time. Yes, I'm doing this for victims, but I'm especially doing it for little Tapley. I'm very terrified to do this. In the last week, my exceptionally rare name is foremost trending in an alarming area. That would be St. Martin's, aka Billionaires Row, aka where all the billionaires get together and party every New Year's Eve, aka where Donald Trump has a property, the Rothschilds, Mark Zuckerberg, the list goes on. You are my blanket of protection. Anybody monitoring me must be aware that I have hundreds, if not thousands, of you hanging on my every word every time I get on a panel. I don't need anything from you except your attention, and I thank you for being here. And I would like to start the show. If you would give me just give me like 2 minutes. I just got a file that I need for this presentation, so please relax. Talk amongst yourselves for less than like 120 seconds, and I'll be right back to you. Okay? Thank you.
Not it.
Can't hear you, Olive.
I'll just do this so he's
There
just
you
not
are.
doing his thing on the main screen. So,
Oh man, that just my heart's
Kind of-
just broken right now just listening to that.
yeah, and I think it's just important for people to know why he's doing what he's doing. You know, there's a lot of risk involved, but Tapley is a very incredible human, and I think we're all
We
very
gotta do
lucky
better
to
as a
have
country. We just do. We've got to do better as a country. We've got to protect our children. And I'm hoping that the Epstein files is the start of us taking this stuff a lot more seriously and protecting the children in the United States and around the world. I mean, this is crazy.
And I think this is an opportunity to thank Matt, Facts Still Matter, Roxy Politics, Dan, RTP, Pickles, Good Trouble. You know, you guys are fighting the good fight every time you host, every time you request up to somebody else's panel. You know, the voices are. I'm just going to mute Tapley. Give me one second here.
Sorry.
Oh, he's back. Okay. All right. Why can't I unmute him?
Daniel, before Tablet gets started, I'm gonna what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drop down so you can bring on another creator. But for everyone who's here who came from my live, thank you guys for coming in. I do appreciate you having me up. But I want to give let another creator be up. There's a lot more heavy hitters here besides me. But I'm gonna stay and listen. And so, guys, if you're here from my live, I'm still going to be here listening. I appreciate you having me, friend. But I am going to drop, and so please feel free to bring someone else up. Okay.
Thank you so much, Matt, for being here.
All right. Thanks, friend.
Much love.
All right.
All right. Let's expand Tapley.
And everything's pretty good to go. Let's get this just a little bit. By the way, guys, look at this. Can you see this? I ordered a retractable. I ordered a retractable wand for this. Okay, so all right. Now, you guys ready to get started? So
absolutely.
The way we're gonna start in the most recent data set. Okay. Now, if you were to go look in the set yourself, you were to enter a few keywords. Let's say. You could tie this to Jeffrey Epstein. You could find this through Gerald Marie. You can find it through Jean-Luc Brunel. You could also find it through Alan Kittler. That would be Jeffrey Epstein and 3 of his associates, heads of elite model management. Again, during peak pop culture era, 80s, 90s, the most important modeling agency in the world. Okay? So, on top of that, another keyword that you'd want to look at is this. E-management. All right. Now, let's move over to the next slide, if we may, please. Thank you. Now, perusing through the emails, I learned that it appeared that these 4 gentlemen, again, Jeffrey Epstein, those 3 men from Elite Model Management, in the mid-early aughts, so let's say 2005 to 2010-ish, you'll see that essentially as a headline, these men appeared to be plotting a mega agency called E-Management. All right.
Tapley?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Hey, Jill, if you're listening, how dare you for calling me during this? Please. Okay, sorry. Can't talk. I have everything I need. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's just go through this email here again. Okay, so this is going to be in the files. So, oh, sorry. No. This is media reporting. All right. So let's just go through these two bricks real quick. All right. Donald Trump will be paid a record-breaking $1 million an hour for Learning Annex appearances in 3 cities this year. That's over $16,000 a minute. Since it was founded in 1980, the Learning Annex has featured such celebrity teachers as Sarah Jessica Parker, Tony Robbins, Deepak Chopra, and Henry Kissinger. The previous highest fee was $28,000 paid to Ron Wood nearly 20 years ago when he was a member of the Rolling Stones. Trump's How to Succeed in Real Estate hits Los Angeles on May 1st, Chicago on October 23rd, and New York on November 6th. Learning Annex president/founder Bill Zinker said, quote, last time he taught for us, over 20,000 students came, and this year, he's even bigger. Mogul lusts for model shop right below. Is billionaire financier Jeffrey Epstein making a bid for IMG models? As we reported last summer, Epstein tried to buy elite models when the bankrupt agency was auctioned off. In 2003, we reported that Epstein, who's been described as, quote, a connoisseur of beautiful women, was talking to Karen Models owner Jean-Luc Brunel about doing a deal, but it went nowhere. Epstein has also met with Elite's Gerald Marie and One Management's Scott Lips. Now we hear Epstein has been having talks with fellow billionaire Teddy Forstman, who paid $750 million for the IMG Group a few months ago, about buying the company's modeling division, which reps the like of Gisele Bundchen, Kate Moss, and Heidi Klum. Reps for IMG and Forsman deny any such negotiations are taking place. Epstein's rep did not return calls. Forsman has been talking to top Hollywood talent agencies about a possible merger. All right. So this is just kind of to show you like Genesis kind of in reporting, right? That we start to see that this is this is a conversation that's starting to happen in public between 2003, 2004. Keep in mind, 1999 Elite models went down. For reasons we don't even really need to get into that, but basically they had to rebrand and rebuild. So let's move on to the next slide really quick. And this is kind of the more boring stuff, but it's about to get really interesting, okay? Now, this is from March 2006, page 6, reporting on e-model management, all right? Now, French model mogul Jean-Luc Brunel is behind e-model management. The New York agency Elite Europe's Gerald Marie is said to be opening soon. A source close to Redacted, now, of course, this is in the emails that I found this, tells page 6 he's inked a deal to rep Elite Europe's models in the US. After Marie and new Elite New York owner, Eddie Trump, which I have a whole thing about Eddie Trump that just started. This is like developing news that I don't even have like we can talk about this after the live, but that's a whole other thing. Shout out to Becca Day for actually connecting the dots on Eddie Trump, but more on that later. Now, failed to come to terms. Elite New York and Elite Europe, once part of the same network, are now separate on titles. Yes, titles, and Elite Europe's Elite Europe's decision to open its own New York agency puts the former allies in direct competition. It goes on. The point is just more context within the email to prove to you guys that, again, Jean-Luc Brunel, Gerald Marie, and as we saw in the last slide, Jeffrey Epstein in this era were looking to build something called e-model management. All right, next slide, please. Just one moment. Thank you. Now, just for a little bit of extra cooperation here, you'll see this is Brunel, Jean-Luc versus Jeffrey Epstein, an excerpt from a lawsuit, okay? This is Brunel suing Jeffrey Epstein. Now, let's just localize this here. Next, plaintiff Brunel started the company E-Management to work with Elite models in Paris. Plaintiff had to close it almost immediately because Elite didn't send any models to plaintiff MC2 for fear of being linked to Epstein. Kind of boring, whatever. Let's move on. Next slide. All right. And just so we see here, this slide is E-Management New York Incorporated corporate documents listed in investigation as evidence in the filing cabinet. So again, this is something that you see in the emails that shows you that there was an official filing. It is called E-Management New York Inc. Okay? Elite SA, Articles of Organization, whatever. We don't need to go through any of that. Again, we're just like quadruply showing you within the context of a little reporting as well as the files that this was definitely a thing that these people were kind of conspiring to do again in the mid early aughts. All right. Let's move on. That might be, let's see. Then here, just for funsies, so if you don't know Darren Endike, he would be Jeffrey Epstein's long-term lawyer since at least 1995. And here you'll see a list of different corporations, essentially, or things that he incorporated. And the reason I'm showing you this is here, E Management New York LLC. We see that he definitely filed E Management New York LLC. So you cannot detach this from Jeffrey Epstein, okay? This is his personal lawyer. Let's move on to the next slide. Is that it? Okay, great. So now, just give me one moment. We're going to open up a whole different slideshow now that kind of more boring setup is out of the way. This is where things should start to get a little bit more fun, all right? Now, so outside of the files, we're leaving the files completely, all right? And this is where I just started to go down the rabbit hole in conjunction with Gel. And so here we go. I went looking just to double corroborate the fact that Darren Endike did in fact file E Management New York LLC. This is from bizprofile.com, and you will see all of the filing information here. Notice the company name, E Management New York LLC, okay? And this was filed first on May the 2nd, 2006. And you'll see that the company is 19 years and 9 months old because it's still active, as you can see here in green. Somebody still pays to ensure that this stays operational. All these, literally exactly 20 years later, okay? Next slide, please. Just the arrow this time. This is a different program. Oh, hit play. There we go, hit play. Perfect. Okay, thank you so much. Now, what I did after that, I just typed in e-management, e-agency, any iterations of those that I could think of, right? It's a very nebulous kind of business name, so I immediately assumed I would get multiple hits, and I did. However, this was one of the very first ones that I clicked on, and look at it. How boring. What a nebulous nothing site, right? You see EMA, e-management agency, creative. We connect talented influencers with powerful brands. What we do, digital strategy, design and content, talent. Start an influencer campaign. Get started, all right? Then, next slide, please. I noticed the contact information down at the bottom here, yes? And it says, contact us for more information, david@davidmarmon.com. Who the fuck is David Marmon, right? So then I go to davidmarmon.com, all right? And it has like a weird backlink to emanagementagency.com, but the domain's no longer paid for, right? It's just kind of a dead site. But I go into the Internet Archive. I get a hit in right here, it's 2016, about me. I haven't surfed the waves of Stargan Island or climbed Mount Everest. Those are still bucket list items. I've made it my life's goal to be as creative as I can in everything I do. I shoot stills for myself and others, design websites, light movie sets, and dabble in business ventures. I have won a number of design awards, though I am not convinced they were deserved. I'm a strong believer in community and collaboration. Let's be friends. Better yet, let's climb Mount Everest together. What I do, web design, photography, adventure, fitness. Again, pretty nebulous. What is going on here? Next slide. But then I find on the archive another capture in 2017. Same site. Now I have a face. Look at him. He can't wait to meet you. Again, it's the same kind of pull quote that he used in the 2016 capture, but luckily now I have a face to work with. Yeah. So I have a name, I have a face, and remember the name is David Marmon. All right, next slide. Beautiful. So then now that I know David Marmon's name, I wonder if said individual might have ever filed any LLCs himself. And turns out he did, 4 of them. People Page, who cares? Canatara, who cares? But you can imagine my shock when I see Trump Publican and Trumpocrat. Yeah? And then right next to it, I see Trump Publican, or where it says Trump Publican, Trump for President LLC. Right beneath that, Trumpocrat, Trump for President LLC. You can imagine that my jaw was on the floor. Next slide, please. Then, this is just like a fuller blown up view of kind of the entire page, yeah? And so let's just localize Trumpocrat right here. Again, Trump for President LLC. First use, date, July the 12th, 2014. Okay, and there's a serial number here. All right. Now, if you kind of go down and look, you'll see that the first actual use of it in terms of commerce would be 21 January 2015. Okay. Owner contact information. Trump for President LLC. Okay. Filed by attorney David Marmon. Filed by law firm David Marmon. And I'm like, wow, I mean, just several years ago, he was just like a photographer, I thought, right? And he wanted to climb Mount Everest. He's an attorney too? I'm confused. Next slide. And just to show you, it's the exact same thing, but for the other term. The other was Trumpocrat. This is Trump Publican. Same information. Trump for President LLC, David Marmon, moving on. Now, just for double corroboration, I also went on to the USPTO site, so the United States Patent Trademark Office. Again, Trumpocrat. After I put in David Marmon's name, of course, and so I got the same 4 hits. The other 2 LLCs, don't worry about them; they're nebulous, like whatever marketing agencies like the last one. But again, Trumpocrat, Trump for President LLC, Trump Publican, Trump for President LLC. Same thing. First use in commerce, 21 January 2015, abandoned by 12 March 2015. All right. So we've seen both of those on USPTO. Moving on. And just so you have kind of a blow up of the USPTO, I thought that I would go ahead and fill that in. Now, I want you to pay attention here. Again, Trump for President LLC. The owner address is on Cordedaria Street in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Now, it's not really important to understand why, but I actually had just finished having a conversation of I need to incorporate for all of the stuff that I've been up to lately and detach myself basically from my brand, if you will. So I actually recently just got advised that the best place to incorporate would be New Mexico for reasons. All right. So I kind of just had that conversation and I was like, can we go to the next slide, please, actually? Actually, back up for a second. Never mind. More on New Mexico in a few minutes, actually. Okay. So, what I do want you to do though is I want you to look here where it says attorney name, David Marmon, and then it says attorney primary email address. It says miscellaneous at 501c3go.com. So, I went to 503cgo.com. Next slide.
My apologies, Tapley. How do you spell Marmon?
Marmon.
O-N. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that.
Don't be sorry at all. And please, anybody, if you have questions, if you need clarification, totally fine to interrupt me. So I get to this site, 501c3success.com. Yes. It says, start your nonprofit today. Welcome to 501c3 Success. If you're looking to start your nonprofit, you've come to the right place. The team here at 501c3 Success is ready to help you with every step of your nonprofit journey. We have a world-changing team and top-notch service and upgraded streamlined systems. We are working on updating our website, so forgive the construction zone. We're available to help you anytime. Please email us at such and so on. Look at this creep. Let's move to the next slide. Meet David. All of a sudden, I have another David Marmon, which this was super fucking confusing, but more on that in just a moment. Meet David. David G. Marmon is our valued consultant. He is a Harvard-trained attorney and a nonprofit expert. He founded the original nonprofit information service, 501c3GO, in 1981. Over the past 43 years, he has helped thousands of happy clients reach their 50C3 dreams. The long and short of it is, I was initially very confused when I saw this person's face because I was like, who is that much younger person on the e-management site? Like, maybe I'm really off the track here. Like, I think I just backed myself into a brick wall. Just like many threads that I've gone down, I almost assumed that I was like hitting a nothing burger. Simple point is, this is David Marmon Sr. The other guy you've met, who you're about to learn more about, is his son. Okay? Now, I said we're going to talk a little bit more about New Mexico LLCs and why one would incorporate there, okay? And straight up, this is from ChatGPT. I'm not a fucking lawyer. I don't know anything about incorporating. So I asked it, what would be the advantage, like what is the advantage of filing for LLCs or S corps in the state of New Mexico versus other states? Please don't file, people don't file LLCs in New Mexico because they love the desert. They file there because New Mexico doesn't ask questions. That's it. New Mexico is one of the few states where you can form an LLC and not list the actual owners publicly. No members, no managers, no annual report. You file it, you hire a registered agent, and on paper, the only thing anyone sees is a mailing address and a generic service company. You could be running a cupcake shop. You could be holding real estate. You could be operating a perfectly legal consulting firm. Or you could be running something you'd rather not have your name attached to. And that's the point. The attraction isn't taxes. New Mexico doesn't have some magical corporate loophole. The attraction isn't prestige like Delaware. It's not branding like California. It's not even cost. Though it's cheap, it's opacity. If someone is running escort services or anything adjacent to that world, they have a few problems to solve. They need a legal entity to open a bank account, an EIN to process payments, a company name to put on contracts, a structure to sign leases on rent properties, something to put behind ads or websites. But they don't want their personal name in a public database. Journalist connecting dots. Civil plaintiffs tracing assets easily, competitors or angry clients finding them. New Mexico solves the public exposure problem. You form an LLC, you use a registered agent, your name never shows up in the state charts. If someone Googles the company, they hit a wall. Now, here's where it gets more interesting. If you're operating in California or Texas or Florida, but your LLC is in New Mexico, you've created distance, geographic distance, legal distance, jurisdictional friction. That doesn't make you untouchable, but it does make things slower, messier, more expensive for someone trying to trace you. And in gray or high-risk businesses, friction is protection. There's also rotation. New Mexico doesn't require annual reports, so if an entity gets burned, bad press, chargebacks, complaints, you can dissolve it, abandon it, or just let it lapse and spin up a new one. Low compliance. Low paper trail continuity, clean reset. That's classic shell behavior. Now, let's be precise about something important. New Mexico anonymity is public facing. It hides you from civilians, journalists, angry exes, and casual searches. It does not hide you from banks. Under federal law, banks still collect beneficial ownership information. FinCEN's rules require companies to report real owners to the federal government. So if the feds really want to know who's behind it, they can. But the average person, again, they hit a wall. So when you see a vague consulting, marketing, or management LLC out of New Mexico connected to escort style operations, it doesn't automatically mean crime, but it means someone prioritized privacy. Let's move on. Do you hear that word, escort? Meet the real David Marmon, the one I first connected with. David Marmon Jr. I found him on Instagram. He has 103,000 followers. He's a talent agency. He's a CEO at Penrose. He wants to connect with the top 30 agencies powering the industry. He's in Los Angeles and Salt Lake City, Utah. And look at these pictures. Wow. What babes. High end. Looks like they love to party. Looks like they love to travel. Let's just zoom in on his face real quick. Here, I got the bigger pic right here. See, there we go. Gorgeous. And let's just get a wider spread here, please, of the Instagram page. So you see the kind of content we're dealing with here. Interesting, right? Now, something else that stood out to me, of course, is this. ChoosePenrose.com. Let's click on it. Next slide. Penrose. We connect high earning creators with vetted high performance agencies who deliver real results. Hashtag OnlyFans. Hashtag Penrose. And this is from TW Stalker, by the way. Penrose, 5 months ago. Your next big step starts here. Learn more. ChoosePenrose.com. The top OnlyFans agencies are looking for you. At Penrose, we smoothly match creators with top agencies best suited to meet your traffic and growth goals, all at no cost to you. Get matched with Penrose vetted agencies now. Work with experts with powerful networks and proven industry tested strategies. Choose Penrose.com. Apply now. Boost your OF social collabs. Next slide. And just more pictures, exclusive for OnlyFans, high-earning creators. Now that you're earning, consistency is the key. Get matched with Penrose vetted agencies that drive consistent opportunities. We execute, and by the way, so to be fair, this is TW Stalker, not the Penrose proper site. I just kind of mashed them all together, but this is Penrose proper here, okay? So here you can apply for a match. Quote, we execute with excellence, deliver value fast, and communicate openly because the best results come from clarity, trust, and momentum. Sincerely, the Penrose team. What's your name? Alias or real name, whatever you prefer to be introduced as. Type your answer here. And doesn't this get a little sexy, even though it's still nebulous? Let's move on. Your concerns are valid. If you're feeling this, you're not alone. You've built something valuable and it makes sense to protect it. We work with creators who've had the same questions, whatever. Let's go back to his Instagram page right here. Let's scroll down to his very first post ever. On behalf of the EMA team, a big thank you to all models, photographers, and sponsors who made our launch collaboration event truly unforgettable. Then, in this same post, he tags the company's X account, which is right here. EMA Management Agency. E-Management Agency. E-Management OnlyFans Agency specializes in creating OnlyFans careers to the top 0.1% with specialized growth programs. Get an offer today, Huntington Beach, California. They haven't even posted shit. It's been sitting there for like 3 years. Moving on. So then, my question becomes, I feel like I've heard that word before, Penrose. Penrose. I couldn't figure it out, didn't know what it means, so I asked Gemini, and this answer right here highlighted really stood out to me. Penrose staircase. An impossible object, impossible staircase in parenthetical. Okay? And it clicked for me. I said, I just actually was it reminds me of an Escher drawing, those pencil drawings. Next slide, please. Like this. I remember these kind of hanging up at my school. I was like, it's an impossible staircase, right? And then I thought to myself, I was like, why did I recently think of Escher? It's like within the last few weeks, I racked my brains and then, aha, hold on just a second, not next slide yet, hold on. So, aha, just quick little side quest. Over the past couple of months, I've become extremely close to a man named George Haraney. We text all the time. He's really lovely. He's an old man. He's not in great health. But if you don't know him, he is the only person that Donald Trump ever partnered with as far as pageants go. After the 1991 and or in an official sense, like, yes, he was associated with the French guys. They were technically in business together in the 91 and 92 Look of the Year contest, in which there were multiple allegations of assault. from judges, especially David Copperfield, the average age of contestant being 14 to 22, but I don't even have time to really get into that. The point is that those two pageants went so badly and they were optically toxic that Donald Trump had to pivot in 1993 and try out a different pageant system. And he paired up with George Heraney and his wife, Jill Harth. They did a pageant together at Trump's Casino in '93, and apparently it went so well that it shattered records at the casino. They sold, according to George, sold $2.5 million that weekend. And although Trump's casino was normally at about 40% capacity, they overflowed it to the point, or to the extent that they had to book 120-ish or something like that, different rooms at an opposing hotel. And long and short of it is, Trump fucked him over in business. George had to sue him for a little north of $100,000 because Trump is a terrible business person and a liar. And then his wife, Jill Harth, sadly, ended up being the first person to ever actually sue Donald Trump for SA. She alleges that she was assaulted twice. The most egregious event being, apparently they were taking a walking tour of Mar-a-Lago at some point, and then he shoves her into Ivanka's room and grabs her by the pussy. And this would have predated the Access Hollywood tape, or the Billy Bush tape, by about, 12 years? Seems to be a trend for him. But anyway, point is, I've gotten to know George, and I realize that he is the reason why I thought of Escher recently, because of this. Moving on, please, to the next slide. George sent me a letter. This letter, December 2nd, 1993, Mr. George Heraney, Chairman of Operations, American Dream Festival, Boca Raton, Florida. Dear George, my congratulations to you, Jill, and your staff for successfully planning, promoting, and producing a fantastic event. The American Dream Festival surpassed all my expectations, and I am confident it will be bigger and better each year. Bravo for a job well done. Sincerely, Donald J. Trump. I mean, he seemed so pleased. It went so well. And George alleges that Donald Trump's then secretary even called him when she sent this letter and said, Trump never sends these. You should frame this. What a compliment. And turns out he did. This is literally a photo of this letter hanging on George Heraney's wall. And the first thing that stood out to me is, in spite of the fact that Donald insisted when we got the birthday book, right? That this couldn't be a signature. He doesn't do his D's like that. Well, it looks like he did in 1993 before the birthday book, but kind of regardless, this up here really stood out to me. And that's when I remember thinking of Escher drawings. It just looks like an impossible object, right? Next slide. I decided I would localize it. Freeze the top. Yeah? And then instead of using Gemini, which I had done for my last task, I didn't really want it to be biased. I used this localized image. I fed it into ChatGPT and I asked it a simple question. Next slide. What is this? That's an impossible object, specifically a Penrose style impossible cube / architectural illusion. In plain terms, it's a drawing that cannot exist in real 3D space, even though every local part looks structurally valid. The geometry contradicts itself when your brain tries to assemble it into a single coherent object. This style is closely associated with M.C. Escher type visual paradoxes and later mathematical illusion art. Why it feels unsettling, your brain keeps trying to lock into a perspective, but the angles and connections don't reconcile, whatever, who cares? I didn't ask for your analysis, ChatGPT. But, interesting, next slide. I want you to get right back in here tight, screenshot this thing. All right, perfect. And why don't we kill that? Turn up the light. Just bear with me for just a second, you guys. Thank you so much. And can you see me? Okay, beautiful. Now, what I want you to understand here, first of all, 2 caveats, okay? I cannot, and I have not technically been able to prove that the e-management that we see in the emails, correct? For related to Jeffrey Epstein, Jean-Luc Brunel, et cetera, and so on. I can't necessarily prove to you And sorry, and then it was filed by Darren Endike in 2006 as E-Management New York LLC. I'm still trying to find the tie that like doubly corroborates that basically that concept became this thing. But regardless, even if it doesn't touch, the circle is, or the loop is closed on Donald Trump, specifically his campaign, specifically Trump for President LLC. And if you think on some level that, oh, sorry, what's happening? Oh, take off my glasses, I guess, so you can see a bunch of glare. So the loop is closed in terms of that website's association with Donald Trump for President LLC. The person who is the executor and the filing lawyer is Dave. Oh, sorry. And he's doing it on behalf of Trump for President LLC. Can you guys hear me, by the way? Everything okay, audio-wise?
You sound wonderful.
Okay, great. So really quick, I do, just stay on the screen, please, for a moment, actually. Can you turn this back on, the projector? Okay. Just give me 1 second, because I kind of just have to, don't turn it on yet, I'll tell you when. I'm just going to show you something really quick, because you could theoretically, yes, make the argument like you don't have any proof that Trump for President LLC is actually attached to Donald Trump or his campaign, right? Theoretically, some random person from anywhere could have like made that LLC. They could have, in advance of Trump's run, hold on 1 second. Trump for president. Okay. In advance of Trump's run, could have like purchased that LLC. They could have made up those two terms, Trumpocrat, Trump Publican. But if that were the case, hold on. Give me 1 second, guys. Bear with me. I'm sorry to do this to you. All right. If this isn't his campaign's official LLC, then why did Time Magazine publish this article in July of 2015? Donald Trump applied to trademark Trump Publican and Trumpocrat. Businessman and presidential hopeful Donald Trump wanted to add some new trademarks to his collection. The Washington Post reports the Trump team filed applications to trademark Trumpocrat and Trump Publican earlier this year. The trademarks are currently classified as abandoned, which we saw on the USPTO website. It happened in March of 2015, but they still can be looked up through the USPTO database. This isn't the first time Trump has made use of the trademark office. The real estate magnate has already secured some notable trademarks through the years. The Post notes, including The Boardroom and Miss Photogenic Teen USA. Trump's latest applications would have covered the use of the terms on a variety of items, from t-shirts to cufflinks. I've got one more or two more for you. Let's see here. Let's do Trumpocrat Newsweek. Also, Newsweek reported on this. Donald Trump trademarked Trumpocrat and Trump Publican. I won't bore you to tears. It's the same shit. This was published July 30th, 2015. It says the exact same thing. And just for funsies, why don't we? So we have three heavily vetted, reputable reporting agencies posting this. Let's see here. Just for fun. Washington Post. It's behind a paywall. I could like put it through smry.ai, but whatever. Hopefully you'll take my word for it. And if you don't, that's fine. I'm happy to send it to you privately in DM should you ask me to. Point is, the loop is closed in terms of Donald Trump for President LLC, who is absolutely attached to Donald Trump as an individual. There is no question that he is tied to this, I don't know, OnlyFans digital creator network. That to me looks like an escort service, but that's my opinion. That's for you to decide if you think that that's what it might be. I'm not going to make an allegation. I'm not even going to say anybody committed a crime here.
Really quick question.
Yep.
What was the date what was the date that the trademark was applied for?
So its first use would have been in the summer of 2014 before it was actually registered, and then it was registered January of 2015, and then abandoned by March the 3rd. And even these articles like the Washington Post, etc., even like speak on that. They say it was abandoned. I don't think that in the end, like Trumpocrat was really going to work out. You know what I mean? And Trump Publican doesn't exactly roll off the tongue. But point is. Yes.
Just I'm taking notes. I'm sorry. I just want to make sure.
It's okay. Of course.
Trump for President LLC. I was under the impression that the first use of that website was in July of 2014. But you're saying it was also the patent's first use was also July of 2014.
Yes, according to Trademarkia and the USPTO, it doesn't even like get into detail. It just says first use. I think July. I can find that for you if you want me to.
No,
I can go back to the website, but okay.
And then Trump applied for the trademarks in what? I missed the date on the articles that you were showing.
Here, let me go to one that's not behind a paywall, actually. So let's just go back to Time Magazine. Give me a second.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be exact, just the year.
No, it's okay. It was definitely 2015 if you're just looking for the year, but hold on. Let's see here. Let's see if this one talks about the abandonment.
While Tapley looks that up, can you guys please gift the panelists? Please gift the shit out of the panelists, whatever you have to spare. We really want to thank them for taking their time to be here. So please gift the panelists. Thanks, guys.
Awesome. Now, here we go. Newsweek, right here. Both trademarks were first filed on January the 25th of this year and were abandoned less than 2 months later on March 11th. And that perfectly correlates with what it says on both Trademarkia and the USPTO. Date of abandonment, March. First filed January 25th of that same year. First use the summer prior. And loosely, actually, I don't have to do it loosely. It's right here. Though both trademarks have now been abandoned, the intended use was for bumper stickers, campaign buttons, pennants, decals, coffee mugs, banners, baseball caps, t-shirts, bookends, salt and pepper shakers, posters, shirts, ties, cufflinks, colognes, chocolate, nameplates, keyrings, eyewear, playing cards, surfboards, additions of automobiles, other items susceptible to be used as political advertising, membership organizations, all manner of political paraphernalia, all designed to augment the candidacy of Donald Trump.
Thank you so much for that.
You're very welcome. I haven't any more slides for you. Let me grab this, please. I'm going to reverse 1 second. It's this camera. Okay, now I can like actually see you guys. Give me a second. And so listen, something that I want you guys to understand is while the loop is closed in terms of Donald Trump for President LLC and its relationship to Penrose, I've already said to you what I cannot corroborate at this point. Oh, thank you. That was very floppy. What I still have not, admittedly, have not actually been able to tie here. I cannot technically prove, we're still continuing to work on it, that like this, like nebulous e-management with David Marmon as the executor and the lawyer, if you will, is technically the one. That Jean-Luc Brunel iteration of an e-management that kind of correlates with what it is, that they were trying to build. And if I am ultimately, like with my researchers, able to prove that, the loop closes twice. What's going to happen then, when and if I'm able to prove that, is that it's going to completely subvert any notion that Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein were no longer in contact after 2004. I'll tell you that. And that would be 2 loops closed. And I'm working on it. Like I said, we'll see what happens there. And like I said, from the top of this live, smoking guns are relative. It's kind of up to you, depending on like this observable trail. How bad do you think this is, right? But I think it's a little bit more observable than a birthday card or a pull quote from 2003 from a Vanity Fair article with Donald Trump saying, "I know him well. I heard he likes them young." My jaw was on the floor at every turn of this entire investigation. Every person that I kind of made these reveals to, it isn't necessarily that like any of this even really amounts to a crime outside of a potential campaign finance violation, but I'm not a lawyer. That's outside of my wheelhouse. It's not illegal, I guess, to own like an alleged high-end escort service. It's not illegal to be interested in representing OnlyFans models, but it's probably illegal to pay for it with campaign funds if anybody
And
were to ever. Oh,
yeah, and no,
go ahead.
Tapley, wasn't there some connection with that and Stormy Daniels?
Oh, well, only in the sense. Oh, sorry, one second. Yes. Okay, so only. Sorry about that. So only. Can we turn up the lights here? This is a little creepy for me. All right, thank you. Now, so only in the sense like if I actually make that connection and it looks like on some level that like if I can prove that Trump for President LLC was actually like is attached to the Darren Endike filing of e-management from 2006. And if you're able to prove like on some level that like that LLC, any monies from that LLC like went to this e-management and they're the same one, I only spoke and Stormy Daniels in terms of like it could basically be that result. We already have an established precedent of Donald Trump using campaign funds for sex workers. So that's really the only context or the only connection to Stormy Daniels. It's just a theoretical one, right? Or like a cooperative one, if you will. But there's no like direct connection that I've seen to like Stormy Daniels with this story, if that's what you're asking.
No, I thought you had just said something about a payment from that account to Stormy Daniels, but I could have
No, what I
totally
was saying
misheard
is
you.
the whole Stormy Daniels, like the crime in Stormy Daniels was not cheating on his wife. It was not exposing his mushroom dick while watching Shark Week. It was that he paid her off into silence via an NDA while using campaign contributions, which is illegal.
Okay, got you. Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. I wanted to make sure that I'm tracking everything correctly here. Okay, so David Marmon is the person who applied for Trump for President LLC or was running it. Is that correct?
Yeah, he's the lawyer. He's like the filing lawyer and essentially the executor. The same thing that Darren Endike is or was sort of to like Epstein, if you will.
Okay. And he also was running this Penrose.
Correct.
Okay.
And it appears as if sort of, at least in terms of the filing goes, right? Like incorporating in New Mexico, it would obviously be senior since he runs that like 501c3 like website, right? Like that's literally his expertise. You know, the old man, he's Harvard, Stanford educated, graduated from USC. That's his business. His son is the recruiter. He's the ladies' man. He's the one that actually officiates deals and finds the models, sends them over to the company, connects them with clients.
Okay, so the father was the lawyer
and boost their brands.
Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, so the father was the lawyer, and the son was the one running Penrose.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. The letter that we see with the impossible object on it. This is from Donald Trump to George Heraney.
Correct. Husband of the first person to ever sue Donald Trump for sexual assault, Jill Hart.
Okay. Now, like that letterhead, Trump chose to use that image? Is that?
That was his official insignia. I have multiple letters of him doing that or using it.
And then, so the impossible object it's the same name or essentially the same thing. The Penrose thing, it connects to David Harmon, and then the letter was sent to George, but it's something that he uses often.
It's something he used often. He abandoned it like by the turn of the century. It's no longer his insignia.
So so David Marmon applies for the patents. They're abandoned in March of 2015.
Yes.
So very clearly he's connected with Trump. So is the direct connection here that Trump knows about Penrose and use it. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify.
So the thing to focus on here is that you cannot detach this e-management entity, right? Which is obviously a shell company, right? That pushes you over to a service that basically works with OnlyFans creators, right? And it's up to you whether or not you think it's actually like an escort service. But if you actually just go and look at the Instagram page, it's pretty clear. And again, the nebulous phrasing, like on all of these sites, is very, very typical of exactly how these services work, even before the beginning of the internet. Just as a quick example to you. So I'll do this very quickly. Something that a lot of people do not understand is that, or don't remember, I guess, is that in 1996, there was a woman named Shannon Marquetic, who was a former Miss California, who then competed in Miss Universe in 92 and 93. Another woman named Brandy Sherwood, and another woman from the UK named Paula Bradbury. They were pageant queens and they were models. In this era, all of these women's agencies got calls from this weird nebulous talent agency called Caliber with a K. And they said to them, listen, we have pre-screened your client, Shannon Marquetic, Brandy Sherwood, etc. If you sign an NDA, we're going to reveal who our client is. And our client has pre-screened your models and they're interested in them. And what we want to do is we want to pay you or pay your model $3,000 a day for spokesmodeling and promotional services. They're entitled to keep any jewelry or gifts that they might receive from the client while they're there. No sex required. They're put on an Air Singapore flight. They're flown over to the Sultan of Brunei, who at the time was literally the world's richest man. They had their passports revoked. They were STD tested and they were forced into a harem, as Shannon put it, of 30 of the most beautiful women she had ever seen, most of them being underaged. In the 32 days Shannon was trapped there, she alleges that they were expected to sexually service rich and powerful men who came through the compound. There was even an event in which they were gassed and raped. Okay? The point is, this was a shell company that baited them, and Caliber was a shell company. I can't tell you who's actually behind the shell company right now. It has to do with a very elite medical clinic. I can't get into that because I'm not done investigating it. But the point is, it wasn't a modeling agency. It was a shell company. The actual address, if you went to the Caliber address, it's a shitty mail depot in a strip mall. Okay. Point is, they were trafficked there. Shannon came back to the United States and filed a lawsuit against the Sultan of Brunei and his rapist brother, Prince Jeffrey. And our Department of Justice looked at the case, gave those two men diplomatic immunity. It killed Shannon's case. Meanwhile, the UK courts went after them, and Prince Jeffrey rushed to settle for $500,000. Weirdly enough, a few months later, Brandy Sherwood actually would become Donald Trump's first Miss USA because he acquired the pageant in that same year in 96 and ran his next pageant months later in 97. My point is, we don't even have to talk about Trump's implications in that one, of which there are many. Again, I'm not fully ready to report on that yet. I'm telling you that back in the day, it was the same scenario, but without the internet. It was basically shell corporations bind you to like NDA. They offer you just kind of like an innocent premise. And by the time you meet the client, if you will, the work is actually prostitution. That's what it is. And this is exactly the same scenario in the digital age. That's it. And again, I said from the beginning of this live, I said that I'm not actually going to make any kind of direct allegation. I've never said that anybody has committed a crime here. But if the task, right, in terms of Trump, is to connect him to sex services, if you will. If the world is talking about him, potentially being connected to like an illicit world of sex work, of sex predation, etc., and so on. I mean, the best that we've had for the past fucking 20 years, outside of the birthday book, again, is just old Howard Stern tapes. It's him saying he used to know Jeffrey well. He heard that he likes them young, etc., and so on. And like I said from the onset of this, smoking guns are relative, right? Like, I get it. Nothing appears illegal to have been happening here outside, again, for the potential of the campaign to have like spent money on this. But my point is like, I needed to exhibit this because this is a definitive pattern that has a defined paper trail. This is not an accusation. This isn't an allegation. This is a digital paper trail that literally anybody could follow. And it is enshrined in time across multiple reputable reporters, as well as the U.S. Patent Office, et cetera, and so on. It's an observable trail. And again, this is all stuff that we found in the last 72 hours. And you just have to ask yourself, how many coincidences in a row do you think stack up in a line before it's the truth? And again, it's relative to you. I'm not here to prove that Donald Trump committed a crime. I'm here to prove to you that at minimum, Donald Trump's campaign is connected to what is at minimum like an OnlyFans network, and almost certainly, allegedly, in my opinion, for entertainment purposes, is a fucking escort service. And then you tie that to the fact that you literally had Jeffrey Epstein himself and his lawyer, Darren Endyke, filing for this in 2006, while Jeffrey Epstein with those 3 French rapists were conspiring to build an e-modeling management. Again, ask yourself how much of a coincidence you think that is. Any questions? And hi, Jel. Welcome up to the panel.
I have a question, Tapley. Did you find some things, some of this stuff in the files themselves, the Epstein files?
Yes, all of those emails that I show, or the beginning of the slides, the stuff that was like talk. Here, let me pull this up. Like all of, give me 1 second. I have to pull it back up.
The first slideshow, and sorry I called you before, Tapley.
Okay.
It was like completely off center and nobody could see anything. So I was like,
That's
SOS,
okay.
But you fixed it. Yeah, those are all from the files that specific, what?
No,
Really quick.
I'm
I thought she
listening.
was saying
Thank you
something.
so much for having me.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sam. Wait, are you done, Jel?
I mean, I didn't know if you were done. I mean, I can provide context or you can continue.
You go
It's up
ahead,
to you.
Jel. You go ahead.
Yeah, all of the like the stuff in the slideshow, it's basically, I think it's what's important here isn't like jumping to some, like, we're not jumping to like a dramatic conclusion about like one person or like one singular company. I think what we all have to look at here is how the structure of the industry evolved, right? So like in the 80s and 90s, modeling was essentially very physical and centralized. Like modeling scouts would travel, the agencies would control access to the girls. And geography was a factor as well. They were traveling all over the world. And then when the internet was created, it kind of changed that completely. So suddenly you don't necessarily need to travel to scout, because basically girls and women are uploading themselves. Like, you don't need casting calls. You basically can build a database. And in one of the slideshows that maybe didn't have the context at the time, in one of the slides, there is a record of, after a specific timeline, where there's records of Epstein having association with the e-management brand on his JP Morgan bank financial statements. There is a 2011 model database proposal email that like kind of it's redacted basically, but it's to Jeffrey, and it basically states like, "Dear Jeffrey, I'd like to propose you discuss the plan which I always had in my head but needed some time to prepare. It can earn a lot of money. I'm already earning in Russia without any investment and can expose in a coming year. It's a fashion network online. The network already exists, doesn't need a lot of money to be developed. There's a very smart guy involved with an IT degree and work experience in the fashion and model business." Then he talks about next model management and specific models, and says that already 10,000 models have signed up online. And so keep in mind, this is like, this person is based in Europe. He's associating it with connections and investors through the United States and Russia as well. And there's already an online large network database that is going to be expanded globally. That is essentially the proposal. And, that could have turned into nothing, but I think it's just interesting to kind of set this up as like the overarching evolution of how the internet could have, changed things in terms of, I don't know, nefarious purposes, because there's a lot of like consulting or management, and there's ways that these people can essentially, overarchingly like control these databases. Obviously, there's nothing wrong with sex work. There's nothing wrong with an online database. What we're essentially saying is there could be recruitment, and the scale will explode, right? So the oversight will get a lot thinner. And then age verification also can become easier to manipulate, right? When there's traveling, like there's jurisdictions that can become like blurry and informal, right? So networking events or like collaborations, like they will replace the traditional agency structures. So when you line up that broader evolution up against like the timeline we're looking at now, I think it's to have discussions about like modeling acquisitions in the early 2000s, and then the creation of like the e-management agency in 2006, corporate filings and all the banking references, and then it's still active in the online database. I don't know. I just think it mirrors the exact transition from like physical scouting to digital intake pipelines. Okay. We can see like a cultural continuation of that shift, like throughout influencers and online sex work platforms, invite only collabs, private parties, stuff like that. So on the surface, much of that is definitely like a legal adult content, right? It's voluntary participation. There's consent involved, but like structurally, it resembles the same pipeline. Okay. It seems like it's all on the surface and it's fine. And a lot of it is fine, but like it's promoting aspirational young women to seek their exposure using like a visible online global database and like international traveling, and, significant like power imbalances can stem from that. So I just think that it's a very important topic that we should be looking at, because we always say things in hindsight is 2020, but we're not looking at how things have really revolutionized and how we can, how the people that controlled those huge agencies, like the modeling agencies and pageantry, and the objectification of young women and minors, we're seeing that with Epstein. We're seeing how that was much bigger than anybody really thought it was. And it was involved with so many more elite people that controlled so many more entities and were able to commit crimes globally. So I think that we need to take that perspective into the present day. It's important. That's all.
I'm sorry to introduce. Is it possible for me to ask a quick question of Tapley or Joe?
Yeah.
So, Tap, are you back?
Yes, I am. I'm sorry about that.
I
I'm
can
back.
put you back on the big screen. I wasn't sure if you just wanted to stay off camera.
No, I'm good. I had to pee and I'm sitting outside having a cigarette, so I don't want to do that on camera.
Okay,
But
so
by the way,
like
RJO Core is in.
I think it's
he
a
might
fake
be in the
account.
queue. Oh,
It's
okay.
only got 100 followers.
Yeah, it's a troll account.
Okay. Yeah, and by the way, hold on just a second. Somebody talk for 30 seconds because I have one more thing to read to you guys. Give me just a second, okay? Go ahead.
So if you want, hold on, sorry. So the people on the panel, you can go ahead and ask Tapley questions.
Awesome.
Tapley, are you okay if a couple people want to request up and ask?
Yeah, anybody, and listen, like I can read. I see the comments. I'm ready to handle the heat. I totally understand. That's why I literally have been saying for days on panels. It's a closed loop. I'm never accusing anybody of a crime. This is about like a fucking pattern, okay? And I'm ready to face any backlash. You can bring up anybody you want to, but I do just quickly want to read to you something that I don't know how this even got left out, but this is from Raw Story, and this is from December 12th, 2025. Okay, new headline: New emails suggest Trump made insulting bid to fund Epstein-linked modeling project. Okay. Article. A new batch of more than 20,000 emails revealed that a Mr. Trump apparently offered to help fund a proposed modeling company spearheaded by Jeffrey Epstein in 2006. A proposal that was described in an email as, quote, ridiculous and insulting. The new batch of emails was obtained by Distributed Denial of Secrets, or DDoS Secrets, a nonprofit whistleblower group that shared them selectively with news outlets, including Raw Story. They differ from the document dump of 20,000 pages of the files from the Epstein's estate released by the House Oversight Committee. In early 2006, an individual by the name of Cecilia Steen, who Bloomberg has described as an, quote, assistant of Epstein, sent Epstein an email regarding a new, quote, project, the creation of a new company with proposed names being E-Models and E=MC² and E-Management. According to the email, the proposed company would, quote, take over the assets of MC2 Model Management, an international modeling agency that operated out of New York, Florida, and Tel Aviv, Israel, and was founded by one of those three French rapists, Jean-Luc Brunel, a French model scout who launched MC2 with considerable financial backing from Epstein. In 2020, Brunel was accused of being involved in sex trafficking in association with Epstein and died by apparent suicide while awaiting sex trafficking charges in 2022. In a manner similar to how Epstein died while also awaiting his charges in 2019. While the email was sent to Epstein by someone named Steen, it was signed with the name Alain Kittler, the co-founder of Elite Model Management, a French modeling agency. I mentioned him earlier. Kittler co-founded Elite Model Management alongside John Casablancas, a French modeling agent who was friends with President Donald Trump and whose modeling agency represented Trump's daughter, Ivanka, when she was 15 years old. By the way, the photos from that era of her are fucking disgusting. And it's insane that she was ever represented at Elite because by that point, all of those men had been accused of rape multiple times. But regardless, on the creation of the new company, the email sent by Steen but signed by Kittler describes an apparent funding offer from a Mr. Trump. Last week, we also received a last written proposal from Mr. Trump. As expected, it was ridiculous and insulting, the email reads. Quote, the problem for us remains in the payment of our loans and commissions for 2005. We will seek some advice on how to handle it. Epstein, responding to the email on January the 17th, 2006, wrote that the details of the potential startup sounded like, quote, a good beginning, but asked for, quote, more details. Quote, can you tell me how much is currently owed by Trump to you? And what is his position? Will he try to attach any ownership in E=MC²? Maybe you should only have an irrevocable option on the shares to avoid his litigation, Epstein wrote. While it's unclear specifically who Mr. Trump refers to, it could potentially be President Trump or Eddie Trump, a South African-born real estate developer with no relation to Donald Trump, and whose company purchased Elite Model Management in 2004 for just under $6 million. In 1980s, Donald Trump sued Eddie Trump over a dispute regarding their shared last name. That's the end of the story. Just a little bit. Yep. What's up, Mideast?
I'm just curious. Have you looked into the Trilateral Commission at all, or?
I have, but what term, or under what term?
Well, I mean, with Epstein's involvement,
or
with the
in
Trilateral
what term?
Commission, or anything like that.
Yeah, like a cursory review, but not in any kind of a deep dive sense. I mean, I know that he was a member of it. I know what it is. It was founded by Rockefeller, right?
Correct.
And it was yeah. So, do you want to explain it to the audience? Basically, isn't it like an alliance between, it's like Europe, Asia, North America, and maybe somewhere else? I think it's like 3 or 4 countries.
Well, it's 3 that share it, but there's 74 seats, I think, that are on it.
Yes.
Basically affect global foreign policy for every major country.
Okay.
Yeah, so I was just curious if you went down that road or not, and then also I was wondering if you could tie all this back into the Graying Tower theory.
I would be happy to talk about the Graying Tower theory if you would like. Do you want to do that?
That'd be fantastic. I could explain it if you want me to.
Sure. Before we do that, let's welcome Dean Withers to the panel.
Oh, hi, Dean.
Hi. I don't want to interrupt the current flow of the conversation. I do just have a singular question kind of relating back to everything discussed earlier, but I don't mind waiting my turn.
That's fine. We can go ahead and deal with Mideast piece. What he wants to talk about is the graying tower theory. A few weeks ago, I was a part of a debate with him and a debate with Millie. And I couldn't even tell you what the debate was actually about at this point, but near the end of the conversation, before the two of them quit the panel, Mitty's piece asked me if I knew what the graying tower theory was. My brain immediately went to a theory that
It
I
was
have
very
debated
Opus
multiple
Dei.
times. Okay, yes, with Trump Prophet. Um, Basically, Trump Prophet, if you guys know him, he's an Opus Dei, right? Like
Very
everything
fall of
should be
Rome.
like the time exactly.
Yeah.
And I've had that
Is this
argument
like
with him.
related to tonight's discussion?
It's really
100%.
not. This is Mideast trying to embarrass me, but I'm willing to
I'm
engage
not
with
trying
it.
to embarrass you.
Oh, hey, Mideast, do you mind like dropping if you only have questions that are unrelated to tonight's discussion?
Well, no, I did. I asked him about the Trilateral Commission. I had a few other questions for
Okay.
him, but
All right. Well, let's move on. I'm really excited to meet Dean Withers. Have a nice night. If you want to like come do this after the show, go ahead. I'll do it with you in fucking public. I got you, boy. Sorry about that. Yes.
I just
Hey,
want to. Oh, sorry. Go
God,
ahead.
sorry.
Or I don't know. I just
You've been
wanna,
here for longer. The mic the floor is yours.
Yeah, I just want to mention. I know people who worked with Stormy Daniels on the documentary. So if you have some kind of financial thing, and I don't know if I can try to get you a contact. I don't know what they would give me, but just I sent you a DM just so you know.
The answer is a hard yes, and I will definitely be responding to you after this panel.
Sounds good. Yeah. Cool.
Thank you.
Hi, Dean. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Dean, please take the floor. It sounded like you had a question for me.
So I've been watching since the beginning of the stream. An hour and 28 minutes ago, I've been kind of listening in the background. But my question is, I guess if you had to sum up all of the key takeaways from the investigation that you've done into like a thesis statement, like what would you say that thesis statement would be predicated off of everything that you went over the last hour and a half?
Okay, so for boiling only this live down to a simple thesis, the thesis is this, is that I am able to close a loop in terms of ownership, essentially, through between Donald Trump for President LLC with David Marmon as the executor, a 501c3 expert in conjunction with his son. Basically, dad is the paper guy, son is the recruiter. He's the point of contact between quote unquote models. Now, again, if you were to actually go through younger Marmon's like kind of socials, etc., you decide if you scroll through his Instagram and you see what the content looks like. Again, I mean, if we want to pull this up, basically, like the simple point is it's very clearly erotic based. And when you actually like connect his other tagged accounts, like the e-management X account, it makes it explicitly clear that it's targeted specifically to OnlyFans creators, aka sex workers, whether they're escorts or not. So the simple claim here is that Donald Trump's campaign, Trump for President LLC, is connected to a website that is focused on sex workers, sex for commerce. And let's be very
ask
clear.
another question?
Oh, yeah. Can I just say one more thing really quick? Just really quick. And let's be very clear. An LLC is a detachment from an individual, right? So Trump for President LLC is his campaign's LLC. It doesn't even necessarily mean that like you can't legally, that's the point of an LLC, especially if it's been filed in New Mexico, as I've already explained. He's detached from it in a technical sense as like a solo entity, but this is his campaign. Okay. And the executors are like filed to these oh, sorry, go ahead.
So for Primrose, the OF management agency, is the only connection between like Trump and that agency the fact that the agency's founder's dad is who opened Trump for president?
Actually, no. If you actually click through the rest of, if you click through the content and you familiarize yourself with who his lead photographer is, it takes you to this account that lead photographer has. Maybe Jill, do you know the blue car?
Yeah,
Jill,
I mean, there's
do you want to
there's
explain that?
Yeah, I just want to say, like, it's not necessarily like, oh, we are 100% convinced that like Trump is at the center of all of this. Like, I don't know if you were here before, but I kind of did like an overarching idea of how, this was an entity that was created through Epstein and Jean-Luc Brunel, who are now both dead. And, the modeling pipeline kind of transferred, right? It evolved into like the internet sphere. But yeah, so the connection to Trump for President LLC, the Penrose emblem insignia thing, which obviously is, I can see how that is like a little bit of, yeah, it's circumstantial. And then also like, I did kind of, I really stalked like the EMA account and found, or the real David Marmon account on Instagram that has 102,000 followers, who also like is connected to the LLC or whatever. It used to be called E-Management Agency. Like that's what the account used to be called. Because I looked through all of the highlights on the stories. I don't know if people understand what I'm saying, but a lot of people like tagged him, and it used to be called E-Management Agency, which is literally what the entity that was established, that we can see in the files through Darren Indyke and Jeffrey Epstein's bank accounts, and trademarks that still exist online in the database today and are still active.
Yes,
Was
and do
called.
remember,
And then
David Indyke filed this. Like you see in the emails that the three French perverts, in conjunction with Epstein, were interested in starting e-management or e-model management, right? And
I'm sorry if I'm coming off like rude.
You're not at all,
I
Dean.
really don't want to
You're not at all.
come across rude. I guess I'm like looking for like more concise answers to help this make sense in my brain, and in
That's
doing
totally
so,
okay.
It'll also probably be very meaningful to like a lot of the viewers as well, who might also find that helpful. So just like for clarification, the connection between Donald Trump and the OF agency would be the fact that the father of the guy who owns the OF agency opened up an LLC named Trump for President in 2015, and the old man
Is the
Instagram
executor
account is
opened
connected
it up
to.
and is the executor and lawyer.
Okay. So the connection between the OF agency and Trump is that the dad of the guy who started the OF agency worked with Trump.
Correct. Or Trump for President LLC, yes.
Okay. Is that it? Like, or is there anything else that I'm missing here? Is that kind of like?
So again, if we can all agree that in the email you see that all of these men in the mid-aughts were conspiring to make an agency that was literally had the exact same name. Jeffrey Epstein's long-term lawyer. Based on those conversations, we can see this in the emails. We can see it on like patenting websites. We literally can observe that Darren Indyke, in fact, registered E-Management LLC in 2006. That entity is still active. It's still paid for every year, in spite of the fact that Jeffrey's dead, in spite of the fact that Jean-Luc Brunel's dead. Literally everyone's dead except Len Kittler. He's like the last man standing, I suppose. John Casablancas died of cancer in 2012, but didn't appear to have anything to do with this anyway. The point is that entity still exists. And you have to ask yourself why. Why is it still paid for? Wouldn't that kind of lead you to assume that on some level that LLC is still some kind of an operational force or still operational force? And if it is, and I'm then able to see more contemporaneously, right, like from 2016 and beyond, that there is an e-management. And that e-management is tied to Trump for President LLC. And we know everything that we know about Donald Trump. Again, we've already established a precedent for his campaign, literally like using its funds to pay for sex workers. The implication that I'm making is that on some level, Trump, through his campaign, his official campaign, appears to be linked to them via a paper to the same name company via a paper trail. And again, I'm not a federal prosecutor. I'm not a judge. I'm an investigator that has found a long trail of receipts, and then I match it against established precedent and pattern based on what we know about these people involved, all of whom are notorious predators who are interested in young women, particularly models, particularly beauty queens. And now it's 2026. Yes, we're talking about OnlyFans influencers. Sure, they didn't exist 30 years ago because the internet did. What I'm suggesting is an evolution of the exact same system that these men provably relied upon throughout the 80s and the 90s to assault, traffic, and or just have consensual sex in many events with women. What I'm suggesting to you is that this appears to be the exact same thing for the digital age. And I wonder, why is Donald Trump's name connected to this via his official campaign? And then again, I get it. It's like you can easily just dismiss it as fluff. I know the Penrose thing is like very circumstantial at best. But again, like my question here tonight, or my purpose here tonight, is not to offer you some smoking gun. I'm asking you how many coincidences in a row are you willing to swallow? That's it. I don't know if that's satisfactory. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know, Dean.
Oh, that's a question being asked to me. Well, I was just asking for clarification. I mean, I guess what I'd say here is, to expect questions, kind of asking for clarification on the view.
Sure.
So, okay. Well, I mean, I think I got a satisfactory answer for my question. I appreciate you. I hope you have a good rest of your night.
Can I tell you before you go? Obviously, I'm very honored to have you on the panel. And I totally accept if you feel like this is a nothing burger. I totally accept if you feel like I haven't framed this for you in a way that is compelling or worth further examination or consideration. Again, I just truly ask anybody listening tonight, based on what we know about the individuals involved, is it a stretch? And again, one coincidence, two coincidences,
I
three
mean,
coincidences, maybe.
Do you want me to be honest?
Sure, Dean.
From what I understand, okay, and maybe there's a couple moving parts here that I don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of see it as a stretch. That's kind of like my current position.
That's fair.
Like if the reduction here is that Trump has connections with a guy whose son owns an OF modeling agency, sure. Like I mean I don't think that claims a stretch. I'm sure that Trump in some ways connected to Trump for President LLC. I don't know if I don't think that's for campaign funding because that's not the corporation that is tied to his FEC. The corporation that's tied to his FEC is Trump for President Incorporated, not Trump for President LLC. So that's not for campaign financing.
That is true. And I will say, to be fair, like the LLC pertained to paraphernalia, etc. from what I could see or from what we were able to observe.
I mean, I'm fine with saying here that, there's there's a high likelihood that there's some connection between whoever opened up Trump for President LLC and Trump, especially with a background in the e-management that's mentioned in the Epstein files, right? I'm not going to dispute that. So I don't think that's a stretch. I think that there's definitely a connection between whomever opened up Trump for President LLC and Donald Trump for sure. But I don't know. I guess I just don't really take the fact that the son of the guy who opened up Trump for President LLC owning a OF modeling company is I don't know if that really tells us much, if that makes any sense from my perspective.
Sure.
But maybe I just maybe I'm confused. I'm left out of the loop on a couple things. I'm just trying to be honest.
That's totally okay, and I can fully swallow that, Dean. Truly, and And kind of the thing that gets tricky here too, like especially for Jill and I, right? Because we've been deep in this shit for like 8 months. There are so many other threads that we know that aren't directly connected to this, but in their own respects, like apply cooperative, like they corroborate the pattern, right? That has basically influenced the implication, if that makes sense, from our perspective. Again, like if you sort of kind of consider sort of how that whole Brunei operation worked, where the harem happened. By the way, that would be the same Sultan of Brunei's palace when you see pictures of Bill Clinton and Ghislaine Maxwell in the pool when we saw those in December. That would also be at the Sultan of Brunei's palace in 2002 on a trip that Bill Clinton took with Epstein to that palace on the Lolita Express. Right? Like there are a lot of other sort of historical things that people, most of the public never heard before, or is just lost, forgotten to time, etc., that we're highly aware of and that we're still investigating that basically like apply corroboration to the pattern. And, I can prove to you that Donald Trump knows Shannon Marketic. I can prove to you that her life got a lot better after 2016. When she stopped talking to the press, just like I could prove to you. Um, I would be able to prove to you, oh God, who was I thinking of? Jill Harth. Just like I could prove to you that about a month after Trump actually won the presidency in November of 2016, an anonymous donor paid off the remainder of her mortgage to the tune of $30,000. And in spite of the fact that she was a struggling makeup artist at the time and it didn't seem like she was going to make it, if you look at her socials right now, she seems handily employed. And it just so turns out that every single one of her clients are all of your favorite pundits on News Nation, Fox News, and Michael Bloomberg himself. And business seems good. We could, spend some time thinking about the way that Karen McDougal, what happened to her when Donald Trump and the guy from, what's his name, David Pecker, the guy from AMI from the National Enquirer, where Trump and he conspired behind her back. Because do you know what happened to Karen McDougal? She had a consensual, like 7 month affair in 2007 with him. And basically, in the lead up to the election, a representative from AMI came to her and said, "Hey, it's crazy. You had an affair with the guy that might end up being president. What a story. You can make some money off of this. Why don't you let me buy the rights to your story and I'll help you promote it? We'll make some money." She didn't realize that what she was signing was essentially a conspiracy letter. It was an NDA that representative and Donald Trump planned together to catch and kill her story. When she signed on the dotted line, she was forevermore to face a stiff financial penalty if she ever spoke of Trump, period. And she has chosen to override the potential for that penalty, and she's spoken on it. But again, it's a part of a pattern. And so what I'm suggesting is like, I already know that Donald Trump multiple times over has been tied to like these same sets of circumstances, these same lanes of young women who are like either fucked consensually or against their consent for fucking money, and then are silenced and pressured to submit. And generally, when they stop talking, it looks like their life gets a lot better.
Okay.
I mean,
I appreciate you for having me up. I'm gonna go ahead and drop. Kudos to you. I think that the tenacity to want to look into this all is a really good thing, and I think it's a good thing for more and more people to be paying attention. So I hope that you all have a good rest of your evening.
Nice to meet you, Dean. I appreciate you.
Nice to meet you as well.
Have a wonderful night.
I just want to say, as a cult survivor and whistleblower, that the financial ties is usually what takes things down.
I was just going to say that.
Yeah. So, like, good on you for looking at it. And, like, at this point, coincidence or not, whatever, like, lean into it and look at it. Like, obviously, like, there's going to be talking heads on both sides that are be like trying to dismiss everything here. But I think a lot of people are not really realizing the level of evil that we're dealing with. As somebody who's survived pathological psychopaths. I know how they are. I know how they act. They cover their tracks. They delete witnesses. Like, it goes on and on and on. And the one thing that they really have a hard time hiding is finances. And I do want to say, like, if you are kind of looking into it, like, there's a lot of really questionable stuff, like Powerball winning like 3 times, and other
Right.
things like that, that I think we also need to look at local governments as well and question whether or not those people are compromised themselves. So I don't know. I've been digging into kind of smaller fry things lately, but that definitely, like, look at the money, follow the money. If there's a
Yeah.
way to get a hold of that, like, go and do it, because yeah, you're gonna get ripped to shreds if you're like, oh, look at this logo, it's similar to that logo. Like, you know, you have to have like evidence. And yeah, they're not gonna go down for any of the child
Right.
baby punching things. Like, they're gonna go for money, hopefully.
I should also
Yeah, I
add,
just want to.
you must also ask yourself, right? If this still active filing for e-management never technically came to fruition, right? Like, if it didn't become an entity, first of all, why is it still paid for? And then also, why is it selectively, in several contexts actually, placed throughout the files, right? Like, as if evidence for something. Because you have to understand, like, every single thing that we are seeing as being released in the files means that it is germane, in theory, to like building a case, if you will.
So
So,
Like,
I gotta ask.
this isn't. Hold on 1 second. I just wanted to add something because I wanted, like, this is. It's not about like claiming. I know that, like, you know, we're reading the comments and like I've seen it already in other lives. Like, it's fine, but like this isn't necessarily about claiming that, like Tapley said, that he's uncovered like a single smoking gun, like tying everything neatly together. We're not, you know, prosecutors. We're not in a court. Like, we do this on our own, with the resources that we have. And I just think it's more about kind of looking at the ecosystem as a whole. Like Elle said, like, you know, we do know Trump was deeply embedded in the modeling and pageant world, right, for decades. Like, he owned major pageants. He worked closely with all of the powerful figures, and heads of industry that ran large parts of the modeling world. And he's not only that, but faced like multiple publicly reported sexual misconduct and assault allegations, right, including from contestants in his own pageants, right? And at the same time, we're seeing entities like just example, like the e-management, appear in both the Epstein linked legal filings and then, you know, ambiguous online forms and like weird websites that look like shell companies. There's like patterns of that and short-lived LLCs that are weird. I understand, like, it's all conjecture, but like, these are tools that wealthy and political connected people routinely and for a very long time have used for privacy and financial structuring. So when you layer that onto like the broader shift from in-person scouting to like an internet-based databases or like influencer culture, or like monetized collab ecosystems with events at like hotels or mansions, in Beverly Hills and Florida, you can see how the recruitment and the mobility and the money have like kind of all become this digitized system that is harder to regulate, because like none of this alone will prove, okay, there's a trafficking ring, but we already know that Epstein was doing that. So taking it all together, it shows why, you know, following the financial documents, and like these opaque corporate structures is just, it's just one of the most like rational ways to essentially examine how exploitation networks could have evolved inside like high profit, you know, low transparency industries. So that's that. Yeah.
Okay, so what penal code are we charging all this under? Like, I was told this was a big gotcha moment. You hyped it up all week. Like,
Hold on,
where's
Hoff.
where's the penal
About your
code?
kids, Hoff, you should worry about your son's own essay case, okay? Instead of
Yeah,
coming up
Big
here trying
Poppy,
to criticize
you should
people.
you should
understand
shut
that?
up on things you know
You've been in
nothing
the fucking
about.
comments all night being a fucking scumbag. Worry about
No,
your
I'm
kid's essay
asking
case
legitimate questions.
before you come up
I
here
mean,
and
if you
start
want me to
attacking
ask
Tapley.
non-legitimate
Because
questions,
I will ride at
I can
dawn for
ask you how
Tapley.
this relates to the
What-
brain
Say
tower
the shit
theory.
you were saying in the comments, Hoff.
Oh,
It's
the fact that this
possible
is a
that I
waste
can
of
go before
oxygen
they
and you
keep
should plant a
arguing.
forest for the waste of
Yeah,
oxygen?
I
Yeah,
was
that's
gonna say,
legitimate.
can
I
you guys
would
like not
listen.
argue for 20 seconds so I
I'm
can say
I'm
something?
totally willing to like if Hoff wants to do this, we can definitely do it. I would like to like kind of just sort of conclude any sort of like questions that we might have before we start debating about this.
Yeah,
Does
I kind of
anybody?
had a
Yeah.
question.
What's up,
Sorry,
Velvet?
I'll just be like
I
2 seconds.
do think that this is worth going
Velvet.
down.
Sorry, I just came up for 2 seconds. So, Hoff,
What's
it's
up,
kind
Slayer?
of funny. Hey, Tapley, great show. I
Thanks, Slayer.
find it so ironic that the same people, when I went over to Hoff's live, that was restreaming this live, that said that I was clout chasing when I did it a couple of days ago with unknown creators, are suddenly now in the queue trying to queue up. Oh, I'm lying? Hold on, wait a second, Sierra. I got the screenshots, babe. And I got a video on my page of y'all
Yeah, I
restreaming the
restrained it
live.
because it's
Yeah, I
something we're
got you,
talking
babe.
about,
It
not
ain't
a
a
debate.
lie.
We were trying to see if there's actual evidence that we could take to the FBI because this is not actually where you take the information.
The
You would
FBI
take
is
it to
competent.
some
This is
credible
coming-
source.
FBI about
This
a
is coming from
TikTok
the
live.
Hold on, Slayer. Slayer, this is coming from the same guy last night that tried to claim that the DOJ and the FBI couldn't get a search warrant for Zorro Ranch while they searched the
I
other
didn't say
three
they
properties.
couldn't. I said they
You're
had
a
a
fucking
specific
clown.
search warrant.
You said that
But
there wasn't
again,
enough
Okay,
evidence.
okay,
need a reason
okay.
for the search warrant.
Hold on one sec. I'm not okay. Either I'm like dumb as fuck, but like what Tapley just presented to I don't know how people aren't seeing what was just presented to you. And you've got to take correlation here. You've got to take a pattern here. Like you've got to connect the dots here. Tapley basically 99.9% proved something. And if we could see the money trail, it would probably be 100%. So I don't know why people are more concerned about saying we were expecting more than saying, wow, he actually really connected some dots between a fucking OnlyFans escort agency and Donald Trump's LLC. Like, I'm not understanding why everyone is trying to argue this shit. It's fucking
I don't know
simple.
what the FBI is gonna do.
Yeah, like Lord,
Like-
we're not talking Tylenol here. There's your correlation versus causation.
Dude, you're going to
like,
call the
we're talking
FBI
about if there's
a
enough
TikTok
information to
live.
charge somebody, and this is a nothing burger.
Well, if
interrupt,
the
but can I
FBI
go before
actually
any more
bothered
Of course.
to
Can we?
investigate things, we
Hey
would have
guys,
to know.
guys. So here's what we need to do. We're just going to take like a 3 to 5 minute pause. Acorn, she needs to go to bed. She wants to quickly show you guys something. This is a quick pivot. Go ahead.
Slayer, stay up, Slayer.
I'm so sorry. Like, I just can't handle the yelling and the debating and the nonsense. I just want to give you all an update. I showed you this, I think, maybe 2 weeks ago now. And we are working, a small group of that is helping me are working on actually getting the files into a format where people will be able to do a poll request and they will be able to put this in their own Obsidian and they'll be able to do deep dives and follow whatever thing they want to follow. This is my personal one. This isn't all the files, but we're working on getting all of the files into a format that people will be able to take from us, put in their own Obsidian, and do the research. So I don't know, like if Tapley would do the research that he just did and put that into a Obsidian file or not, or some of the stuff that Jill was doing with the like stolen artwork or fraudulent artwork stuff. I know there's people that are saying, hey, we want to look at it. And please, I don't need any gifts. Give my gifts to somebody else. Thank you. I don't want any gifts, please. Thank you. There's somebody reached out and said, hey, we
And
want.
sorry, just really quick, just for the record, without getting into it, it's actually important that you do not send Acorn gifts. Please do
Yeah.
not. Okay.
Thank you. I really appreciate it, but just I don't need the gifts. I don't want the gifts. I got reached out to, said they want to cross-reference the MMIWC, the missing and murdered Indigenous women and children. They want to cross-reference it with the dates in the files. So there's different groups of people want to look into different parts of this. And so, yeah, I just wanted to come up and give an update. I've added more to this one. This is my own personal one, but I'm hoping to get more of a community one. Thank you for giving me the time.
I'm very pleased that you came up here and did your thing, Acorn. I'm really proud of you. This is a remarkable tool. I can't wait to load my research into it. And kudos to you. You've done an incredible amount of work, and that's just so pretty to look at. And literally our reaction, or mine and Jill's reaction the first time you showed that to us, was truly that it was the tool that we wish that we had had all along, but we didn't know how to verbalize it because it just kind of didn't exist. So thank you so much for all that you've done.
Yeah, and there's a really cool thing you can do with GitHub where you can make it collaborative. So if you have your own Obsidian and you want to have like a small team of people helping out on it, you can put it through GitHub. There's like some sort of extension or plugin or whatever. And so you all can push and pull the same vault to and from the same vault. And so you'll be updating each other. So somebody could completely in a different location could be working on it and adding to it. And yeah, this is going to be a really good tool for these deep dives and for finding more connections, etc. And we might have maybe not the Obsidian part of it, but the data part of it available ASAP, and people can use that. It's going to be publicly available. It's just the files. It's nothing outside of the files. So what Tapley showed you tonight with like the news articles and like the LLCs and the trademarks and the copyrights and all that, none of that is going to be in what we make available. But if you do the research, you can put that into yours and it'll be there. Go ahead.
To be clear, that a lot of that was found in the files as well. Like the LLCs that are listed are in the files. Just wanted to give that context.
Yeah, they're named in the files, but are those websites that say the registration and all that in the files?
No, I just meant in terms of like the e-management thing and like Darren.
Yeah, the name is, but I think Tapley went outside of the files and did a search for e-management and found additional sources.
I understand that. I was just adding. I don't want people to think that we didn't use the files at all.
No. What I mean is the files are one kind of source, and then there's additional sources that add to it and help make connections and help strengthen the research being done. That's what I meant. Sorry. Thank you.
Fantastic. Well, Acorn, I'll talk to you offline very soon, and I very much appreciate you being here. Job well done.
Thank
Deeply
you. I
appreciate you.
it. Thank you.
All
I'll
right.
drop
Thanks
now.
for
I
staying
just
up
can't
so
handle
late.
the arguing. This is too much for
I
me.
understand.
Thank
I
you.
understand. All right. We'll see you again soon. Have a wonderful night, Acorn.
Tapley, I just want to say to you, Tapley, I just want to say to you, that was great work. Mega's always going to be in denial. Keep doing what you're doing because you're doing the right thing.
Absolutely.
You're going to have these haters up here that doubt everything you do because they can't accept the truth. Okay? Don't
And
stop.
listen, Poppy. I absolutely am not going to stop. I'm not going to be deterred. And I have, like some of we've talked at length about certain things that I probably shouldn't even talk about on panels. I have way more damning leads than this. I brought this to you in full presentation simply because, at least in the terms of Trump for LLC, right, and the attachment to that adult entity, if you will, the loop is closed on that. I don't like to talk about things. I don't like to present things that I cannot corroborate with a defined paper trail that goes in a complete circle. I've been very clear from the very beginning of this panel that I didn't come here to accuse anybody of even anything criminal. I wanted you guys to see a hard paper trail that goes in one direction.
And then I was very honest about that I haven't yet, or we haven't yet, been able to, in a defined way, ensure with like double, triple cooperation, right? That like that circle then attaches to the other circle, which is Epstein and the three French perverts, etc. And that's kind of this, that's the gray space of this. And that's the space in which I'm asking you in this moment while we continue to investigate and continue to try and close that loop. If the loop will close, we're not going to force it. If it's not true, it's not fucking true. And I'm not going to lie. But the point is if we do attach that one closed circle to yet another circle, that's pretty fucking damning. And the point is, meanwhile, in that gray space where it's still undetermined if they're both kind of one and the same, I keep asking you guys, how many coincidences in a row, on top of all the context that we have about the people that the disgusting people that we're talking about, I'm asking you, do you really think that there is no there? Does it really not make sense? Is it outside of the realm of possibility? Is it unfeasible? Or is it perhaps more than likely based on what you know? And again, I'm not here to tell you what to think. Smoking guns or whatever are relative. It's up to you. It's up to what you know. It's up to what impacts you on a moral level, etc., and so on. And if and when, of course, I do find a direct tie, right, to the original filing by, via Darren and Dyken Fringe Perverts, I'll fucking let you know. And the moment that I hit a brick wall and it seems like there's another answer, or I just literally hit the end of the road, weeks from now, month from now, whatever, I'll tell you.
I mean, wasn't there
I've tried to be
reporting
as
that
transparent as possible.
wasn't there reporting that Trump, didn't you add something else that you found, which was Trump tried to buy the modeling company?
Yes, but Jill, yes, but you remember the other thing with the other Trump from South Africa that we just found out about today,
Oh, right,
Which,
right,
I
okay.
don't even think we should talk about right now, which is also fucking crazy. And thank you for Becca Day for sending me that information earlier. I only wish that I had had time to be able to loop it into the show. Because to me, it made everything else feel more damning. And I know that a lot of people in this room very much disagree with me on that front, and that's okay.
I'm
That's
wondering
okay.
if Europe, because we know America is not going to do it right now, but if Europe's going to start following the money trails because of the connections over there.
Here's hoping, Roxy. And hi again, Dean. I heard you try and get in.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I do this thing where I get focused on one subject and then I think so much about it, and I usually end up having about a billion questions about it. And I just thought of another question, so I thought I'd quickly re-request ask it. How do we know that David Marmon Sr. or whatever is the father of the other David Marmon?
Because on, what was it, like True People Search or whatever, we were able through like physical address and basically like mapped relations, if you will, on like True People Finder and other things like that, kept connecting the two of them. And there's overlap between residences in Utah, New Mexico, or there's no overlap in LA. He has, or the junior has ties to Huntington Beach in Los Angeles as well.
Yeah, and on David Marmon, he's like David Marmon, David G. Marmon II. So they have the same middle initial. And, this could very well be like an actor. Like this could very well be someone who's like a front for like, you know what I mean? Like he could be acting as some sort of like scout or influencer type person. Like that happens. So there's not like, we don't have like a DNA test, but it's just.
I do not have either individual's like birth records. I don't have a DNA test like Jill said, but there is like address overlap, same states. And then on top of that, if you go back into the archive to like Junior Marmon's website, you see basically like the contact David Marmon leads to Junior, but like if you click through basically,
then there's like a link to the 501c3 website, like to elders essentially. So like even on like the same sites, and then with like one of the patent serial numbers, it like ties two ways to both individuals. And then they also like have addresses in the same state and are like, according to these like, you know, people background things, like every single time sort of you look for one, like the closest relative is him or is the other, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and
Okay.
David Marmon, the junior guy, like I kind of went more like we found David Marmon like marmondesigns.com with his face. Like we found like a Twitter account and it's like associated with New Mexico, which is where all of the LLCs are like registered in. And it's like there seems to be association with like another weird shell company that's like also about like WordPress and what is it called? Like consulting. Like the website just makes absolutely no sense, and there's just like a sign up button. I mean, it's just
Almost everything that
weird.
you see that isn't this like e-management thing or like Penrose. There's so many other weird LLCs, but they're all just like nebulous sites that are basically like we are a blurry marketing firm.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
rather
Well, yeah.
unclear
No.
what
Good.
we do, and
Again,
they just kind of feel like shells, probably for other things that have nothing to do, you
There's
know, with
a.
women and
so
sex.
do
But
we have any crimes
You,
here?
one
I'm still.
second. 1 second off. 1 second. I'm sorry. I know the Hoff guy. I see him on live all the time. He's always
we know
screaming
him
at.
too.
Can we kick him
Yeah.
out?
But
I
anyways,
mean, he's a cloud
Don't kick
chaser.
Hoff. Just Hoff, behave yourself and just wait for us to finish
I
before you like crash out. Okay. Sorry, Dean.
I appreciate you so much for answering the question. And that's all I had. That's all I had. Have a good night again.
It's okay.
I'm
And
not
listen, and
crashing
hey,
out. I'm
Dean,
asking
hold on.
legitimate
Hey,
questions
hold
about
on, Hoff,
crimes.
just a second, Dean. And feel free, like you said, that you're the kind of person who ruminates on things, and suddenly, you know, a question might pop up. Please feel free, DM me anytime or privately, and I'm happy to answer any question that you might ever have. Okay.
Cool. Take care.
Okay. I appreciate you being here.
Yeah, bye.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Very nice. Hoff, I find it funny and ironic that you call me a cloud chaser, but you're on the panel and restreaming on your live at the same time.
Yeah, because they want me to ask a question. They want to hear it. Again,
And can we make sure
it's
you
a
have
legitimate
pants on
question.
first, Hoff?
You can't make this
Hoff,
shit up. It writes
Hoff,
itself.
can we make sure? Hey, Slayer, we got to ask him first. Are you wearing pants on this live? Because we know how you like to go pantsless on your lives.
Yeah, that's a rumor you guys spread around, but good point. I mean, if you want to make the rumor, go ahead. Continue your baseless claims.
Okay, cool. Hoff, you have a wonderful night. Like, I would truly rather just like, there's a lot of people in the queue, people actually wanting to ask questions. Please, and I can't like be doing this all night. It's been like the longest 2 days of 2026 for me. Oh, great. We have Still I Rise, who I did know had questions, and then we're going to bring up Curtis. I saw him asking down in the bottom. All right. Welcome, Rise. How you doing?
How are you?
Very well. Thanks for being here. What's going on?
No, I appreciate everything you went through. I know I had to be. There's like this endorphin release. You're going to sleep pretty well tonight, I think, for about 12 hours. I was wondering. I mean, for me, all the focus seems to be on the stuff that we can find, and that's typically not how we're gonna crack some big things. Like it's going to be pieces of the puzzle to connect, like the sinuous tissue. So, for example, when we tracked down after 9/11, how we got the pilots was flight schools, immigration logs, and that kind of thing. Given this is right after 9/11, there's a lot of data that was held onto by the government. So I'm wondering if you might have thought about looking at the principles behind some of these shell corporations and seeing if there is any connections between where in Europe they traveled, how often they traveled back and forth to the United States, and then cross-reference that with immigration records to see who is also on those flights and determine whether or not they flew alone, and then build it from there. You see what I'm saying? Because if they flew,
I
back and forth,
absolutely do know what you're saying, and it's something that I'll definitely be working on in the context of this. And in fact, I'm sort of been kind of trying to do the same thing, but sort of on a different lane. Some of you know that Uh, I know a lot about one particular guy named Joe Chinque, who Donald Trump pretends not to know, in spite of the fact that I can place them in photographs together for almost 40 years. Uh, but something weird about Joe Chinque, he owns what I also deem to be a shell company called American Academy of Hospitality and Sciences, which on its face looks as if it is sort of a Timu Michelin service that hands out star diamond certifications to properties. Basically, the bait being like, this is a really nice place. And interestingly enough, if you were to go on his website, you look at who he hands out all of his awards to, it would be all of Donald Trump's properties and all of Dorchester collection properties, and then just a small handful of others. Point is, first of all, Dorchester collection, guess who it's owned by? I've mentioned him tonight, the Sultan of Brunei. The most important hotels in the world, including Trump's favorite, the Hotel Beverly Hills, are under that umbrella. And what's interesting about Joe Chinque is, in spite of, aside from the fact that he only gives awards to Dorchester and Donald Trump, is I think he forgets that he has a Venmo, or not a Venmo, oh Jesus Christ, what's it called? Vimeo page that he hasn't touched in about 16 years. And there's like 70 videos on it. And in spite of the fact that right after his first election, when the press was saying, hey, Mr. New President, why did you spend all New Year's Eve long hanging out with somebody who is literally a known mafioso and is a felon? And Trump's response was, you think I know the life story of every person I'm in a picture with? He's here to give me an award. I like awards. I barely know him. My question, you know, with all the context that I just offered you is, well, if that's true, why can I, again, tie you in photographs together for about 40 years? Why all over Joe's Vimeo page, like with him filming in like 2002, is he filming your birthday parties at Mar-a-Lago? Why is he going across different countries to like Singapore, to Nice, to London, all kinds of places with your crown holders while they're reigning, wearing their Miss Universe or Miss Teen or Miss USA sashes, in spite of the fact that you're not with him on these trips? And why in public on camera are you calling them Miss American Hospitality Girls while you're handing out awards to, I don't know, people like Prince Albert of Monaco, especially handing him an award about a year and a half after a model named Karen Mulder went on French TV in front of a live audience and said that she was being trafficked by elite models and that Prince Albert of Monaco raped her. And then she was put in an asylum that Gerald Marie, also from Elite, paid for. How come Joe Chinque, Donald Trump's secret best friend, are you taking his crown holders to all these fucking countries and giving awards to people like that? And why does Trump pretend like he doesn't even fucking know you? And my point is like, I'm working the exact same kind of path with those, in my opinion, trafficked women. I'm trying to tie them to flight records, etc. It's like going to take me fucking months.
I've got
there's something that's,
if you don't mind, still rise. I apologize.
No, it's all right.
I've got something that really is bothering me, and that is the supply of these girls, of these children, coming from adoption. That one adoption agency that was connected, I think it was in Michigan. I also think back to Trump's first administration, when they were basically abducting children and then disappearing them into the system. What happened to those children? Were they trafficked? Didn't, the ones that they could not track? How many adoption agencies were involved with this? How many?
There was just one that came out, Roxy. There was that woman what is that one woman's name that was redacted, and they brought it out. She was in charge of an adoption agency.
Yeah, that's
what I'm talking about.
That was in Michigan.
Yeah, you're talking about kids to what is it called? Kids to. Do you remember, Jel? We were just talking about this.
Wham-it.
No, that doesn't sound right. Jel, do you remember?
It was called Kids too. I don't remember the woman's name.
Yeah, it was called
I don't
like Kids
remember.
to Care or Kids to You, whatever. Basically, she's the person behind the redaction saying like your littlest. I don't remember the exact term, but it was like your littlest one was like
Was naughty.
wild or
Yeah,
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 naughty.
or like
Like she sent
put
that
up
to
a
Epstein.
fight. She put up a fight or something like that.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
then she's also behind the redaction in an email that someone sent to Epstein saying, "You have my permission to kill him." And then outside of the files, you will see that she literally ran an adoption agency.
But see, that's the point that I wanted to get to because
And the
I think that
Romanian one too. I apologize. So I didn't mean to do that to you
that's
again.
right. That's right.
I'm so sorry. I was just thinking about the Romanian adoption agencies with Charlie Kirk's wife.
And that's where not really Kirk's wife, but that area is where I wanted to focus on because I think that there is a pattern here that I've noticed, and some of the friends that I have noticed, and I know it's the focus of some of people who are members of Congress who have access.
By the way, just for the panel, her name is Susan Hamblin. Thank you to Dream Baby in the chat. Sorry, go ahead still.
That's right. There seems to be a line of difference between the acts that these girls were being asked to do and where the girls were sourced from. If you look at the files in terms of what was being alleged or alluded to, if you came from the US, if you were sourced here, it was things where if you got caught, the explanation or the punishment would be much like what he got in 2008, right? Like I know this is Canadian life, but I don't want to get super gross here, but asking a 14-year-old over to touch you is not the same thing as graping, some sort of, 8-person monstrosity, on a, you understand what I'm saying? There's a big difference there in terms of what they're going to try to explain away, as did Epstein did in 2008. And so if you're going to try to find someone like that local, then you're going to, if the person goes public, you want somebody who has a bad family or, maybe a substance abuse where you have a little bit of leeway where like, I didn't know she wasn't 18, something along those lines. The girls who were being trafficked for the really, really bad stuff didn't come from the United States. They didn't come from Miami High School. They came here from Eastern Europe. And the reason why we have no survivors who have ever said any of those things happened to us is because they're no longer alive. They're the people you can take off a street corner in Chechnya, and they don't end up in a milk carton.
But they are literally in hiding. There's a couple girls that Epstein and his camp procured from Serbia, Yugoslavia, Russia, etc.
So for me, it's about
Danielle.
The people who would fly. Those people couldn't have flown commercially.
Sorry, I don't want to take the I don't want to just box it. So if somebody else wants to come up, I'm definitely happy to just
I just kind of wanted to see you go off on the
Oh
on
yeah,
the
no,
Hoff.
that's the
and
only
he's
reason
still
I
requesting
came
up. He's still
That's the
requesting
only
up.
reason I came up. Is to go off on the Hoff.
And listen, I will kill your box because I'd like to have Darren up. I see that he'd like
you're
that.
good.
But you know that the Hoff's gonna, once we get off all this, the Hoff's gonna come back on and it's gonna turn into Olive Springer again. And I look forward to the mutual crash out.
You know where to find me. Just send me the live. I love you both.
Yes,
and then you got Big Fluffy and
Thanks for
Shell,
being
so
here.
y'all are gonna be great. Thank you.
Me
Bye,
and you
Tab.
got
Great
Hoff,
job.
buddy. Thank you.
Good job tonight. Olive is great job. I've got to go. I'm falling. I'm tired. But great presentation tonight. Gave me a lot of stuff to think about. A lot of more research to do. I want to find out more. But I appreciate you guys having me up here. And
You mean so much to me,
Roxy.
Roxy. Like your energy always centers me, and I'm so grateful that you came and spent some time with us.
Oh, you did a great job, Pat Tapley. I'm real proud of you. And don't people. Some people think it's probably too detailed for them, but people that are all in this really appreciate all the work that you're doing. I'm just saying.
I will not be deterred. I am satisfied, and thank you for saying that, Roxy. Okay.
Okay. You
I can
guys
handle
have
it.
a good night. We'll see you next
Night,
time.
Roxy.
All right.
Good night.
Have a wonderful night. And then Darren, I'm not seeing you in the queue. I want you up here, my friend. Request up.
So the reason
I just want to say too, for all the
I
big
kind of want
creators
to
that
talk
are
to the Hoff guys.
Can I just land my plane real quick?
Tapley.
And I'm so sorry,
We're
we
all a
got to
big
get Viper
fan.
Vicky up here really quick. She is the most legendary chat mod on TikTok. Thank you for working so hard for me, Viper. Please, everybody, take a minute to please gift the hell out of her before she goes to bed.
Let me just land my
You are
plane real
welcome,
quick.
Tapley. Great
The
job
the the
tonight.
Thank you.
the it is highly unlikely that they're going to send those girls via commercial flight. They're going to fly them private. So the number of people who have pilot licenses who can fly the types of planes that get from the United States to Europe is going to be a small pool of people. We're not talking thousands. We're talking hundreds in that time frame. There are going to be employment records that Ep has on who he had on payroll. Those people are going to know something was up. We should be looking for the pilot's license, which is all FOIA. You can call FOIA the FAA to find out who was licensed to fly the tail numbers that Epstein had between those areas, or more importantly, who was coming over here using visas at the same time, and if they have any connection to tap lead to what you brought up. Are there any principals that were part of these shell companies that are somehow also on a whole bunch of flights going back to Europe? And if so, what countries? And if so, did they bring back people in addition? Is it a +2? Who's the +2? That's how you're going to start to track this stuff down, because it's going to be in the paperwork. It's not what MAGA's looking for is like this high definition, close up shot of Trump walking a 9-year-old into a bedroom. That's not how investigations work. That's how NCIS works on TV. We didn't find the 9/11 hijackers through that process. They communicated through Hotmail. We found them through flight logs and transportation and school and tips. It's gumshoe shoe leather that's going to solve this thing, assuming there are people who only want to do it. And it's Tapley and people like him who are going to keep turning over rocks that eventually going to turn over one that'll lead you someplace.
Tapley, I wanted to bring up a point. Is we know with how human trafficking works. One of my mutuals on here is Kim Kelly. Go check her out. But she works with anti-trafficking stuff. And we know that a lot of people who have anti-trafficking or other NGOs internationally, they often are doing it themselves. So it's just something to think about and look at. And I do think, I have my suspicions with people like Erica Kirk, obviously. But there's a lot more of that around, and they're going to decentralize it too. So they're going to have other people doing it, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, Les Wexner
To
was
that I say, keep in mind or look for a DM from me. I'd like to talk to you privately offline. Okay,
Yeah.
Based on what you just said.
I sent you a message. Obviously,
I'm following you right now.
TikTok.
I followed you too, Elle. Thanks for sticking around.
Yeah.
Yes.
Got your back.
I really appreciate you, Elle. And then excuse the train if you hear that. And guys, please, in the chat, I don't give a fuck if you're mad at me, but don't take it out on Vicky. She works hard. Please gift her as you would on literally every other night. Thank you.
I just wanted to add, just to go off of...
Real quick, I just got to say, mods or Danielle, Darren is trying to get up here, and I don't see him in the queue. Can somebody please, address that and try and get him up here, please?
I don't see him either, Tapley. I don't see him.
Okay.
There he is.
Oh, there he goes. Awesome. All right. Sorry. Go ahead, Jill.
Okay, I just wanted to go off of that in terms of this specific, nexus and, going off of how the elite circles, or I guess a better way to put it would to be what Elle said, is that a lot of the people that are very closely or very publicly, I would say, in philanthropy and have started companies, nonprofits that are associated with adoption agencies or donations associated with anti-trafficking networks and campaigns are very closely related to it. Specifically, Les Wexner, he's been involved with foundations connected to anti-trafficking and adoption agencies. He has different art, he has art centers. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. And I'm currently doing a huge deep dive on him because he just had his deposition, which was absolutely insane. And his connection with Maria Farmer, who lived at his house for 3 months and was the first person to report Epstein and Wexner to the FBI, and they didn't listen to her in 1996. as well as someone who would watch over her named Claire Hazel, who is in Jeffrey Epstein's book, who is also a co-conspirator and who was closely connected to them, kind of knew what was going on. She also got married to the Guinness dynasty. So it's a lot of like very old money ties that started foundations and have just like operated through different networks as things have evolved.
Have you?
Did
Are
you
you
guys see
familiar
that there was a
with?
settlement today out of the estate for Epstein? Gel Tapley?
I have not looked at the news at all today
yes,
because
I did.
I didn't see
Yep.
that
There
yet.
was another settlement today.
I know. And guys, by the way, literally in terms of Darren Endike, please and Richard Kahn, the two executors to this day of of Epstein's estate, aka the harbingers of fucking evidence, I need the public to understand that in terms of building a RICO case tomorrow, analytically, the deal is done based on what is in the files and based on what I know about them. They are like crux to this entire operation, which is not just like multi rings of sex trafficking. This is a global syndicate that is tightly controlled. It is well funded and highly protective of itself. And those two people are the villains in this fucking story, almost more so than anybody else. And people should be very deeply concerned that not only are they the executors of the estate, but they kind of run like settlements for victims and are basically like the last point of access for these victims. And I don't know if you remember my last panel that I had a couple of weeks ago whenever I brought up our technologist who allegedly and for entertainment purposes, I don't know, I'm not saying that he did. I know that he's capable of it. Maybe he did hack Akamai. Maybe he hacked the DOJ. Regardless of what he might have done, he did explain to you guys that he was able to find that the DOJ was hiding over 300 files in data set 11. They're masked. They're not accessible to the public. Tatsu has them, aka I have them. No other major newsroom does. And if you were here to see Tatsu in action, you know that the man is no motherfucking joke. And you also understand that the machines that he builds are not AI in the traditional sense. It's all forensics based. It's only pattern, only raw data, makes only observable conclusions. And his machine's analysis of those 300 files, which I'm not actually ready to report on to you yet because there's a lot, okay, is it basically backs up the idea of a syndicate. But he basically, there are like 5 tiers here of implicated actors. Tier 1, Darren Endike, Richard Kahn. And he's looking at it and it's programmed in terms of which RICO cases could you build now. It's them. It's them. And I'm not willing to say more about that right now for a number of reasons, but you mark my fucking words. That's it.
Hey,
Hi, Darren.
Tapley. Hey, buddy.
Hi.
I requested up earlier tonight, and I was on the panel about 2 minutes, and then I got kicked off before I could say anything. Are you sitting down?
I am.
I got a message tonight from Shannon Marketech.
Okay.
She wants to talk to you.
I hope she will. I've been trying to get in contact with her for months.
She messaged me tonight at 7:00.
Shannon Marketic?
How did it happen?
Darren, I did not drop you.
Well, somebody kicked me, and anyway, it was a little.
It was glitching, Darren, because it did it to me too.
Yeah, it wasn't, and it also said
It
that I
dropped me
dropped
too.
Poppy and I didn't touch the screen, so it could have been a glitch, Darren, because I did not
Gotcha.
drop you. Yeah, definitely.
Gotcha.
Did not.
Okay. Anyway, Tapley, I just wanted you to start your process with that, but I didn't tell you. But I sent her a message probably 3 weeks to a month ago, because she lives in Dallas, and I sent her a real well worded message, and I was trying to get her to come up to your last live, and she never checked her message, but tonight she sent me a response, and I think you're going to be somewhat taken back by how it's worded. She's carrying a lot.
I know.
She's carrying a lot on her shoulders. So anyway, I've got the message and I'm going to send it to you, but I wanted everybody on the panel and everybody in the live to understand that this is eventually going to break through. You are going to get to who you need to get to.
Well, understand, Darren, I already have. Just because I don't come up here and blow my wad about unfinished loops doesn't mean that I'm not getting to exactly where I need to go. Okay?
Yeah.
And listen, if people here are not impressed, I don't care. All right. The House committee sure seems to be impressed by a few things that I found. A triple letter agency seemed to be interested enough in what I found to have spoken to me within 3 months of me starting this investigation. And then on top of that, like I said, which I proved on camera on a different panel yesterday, if I have nothing, if I know nothing, if I'm just some lunatic wearing a tinfoil hat, I can't really imagine why I'm most trending, again, with my exceptionally rare name, right now on Billionaires Row in St. Martin. You know, maybe a nothing burger. Perhaps I'm like fucking nuts. And I can swallow that. Anybody who thinks so, but I fucking know better. I know better.
Well,
And a lot of other people who you haven't met yet, who are a lot more credentialed than any of you, they have faith in me. And I don't even mean that as an insult, but like, come for me. David K. Johnston, Pulitzer winner, thinks I'm on the right track. Victims think I'm on the right track.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Well, I just wanted
Madam,
to give
I'm
you
going to
the. I
get
wanted
you
to
right
give you
up,
the.
madam. Sorry, Darren. Madam, I will get you up. Go
That's
ahead,
okay.
Darren. Go ahead.
I just wanted to give you the good news. I'm going to forward the message to you in about 5 minutes.
Okay. I really appreciate that,
Thanks,
Darren. And for the
Darren.
audience, everybody's asking, who is Shannon Marketic? Shannon Marketic is the person that I was talking about 30 minutes ago. She was Miss California 1992, competed in Miss Universe 1993, and then in 1996, along with Donald Trump's first winner, who would become his first winner months later, Brandy Sherwood, and a UK victim named Paula Bradbury and a few other ladies were tricked by a shell company pretending to be a modeling agency into being flown to the richest man in the world's compound, where his perverted brother, Prince Jeffrey, and their cruel, abusive wife, which I don't even have time to get into the things that she's done to her fucking staff. These women, Shannon Marketic being one of them, arrived there to have their passports revoked. They were STD tested and again forced into a harem of, as Shannon put it, quote, 30 of the most or a harem of 30 of the most beautiful women she had ever seen, some of them being underage. She alleges that the expectation once they got there, in spite of the fact that she sat down, by the way, and did a 2020 interview about this that was scrubbed from the internet. Don't worry, I have it. Point is, she goes into great detail about what happened there and what the expectations were. She said her dad called the agency because it sounded shady as fuck. And it was like triply confirmed that no sex required. Then tell me why. Passports revoked, STD tested, and then Shannon is alleging that after being forced into a harem, they're forced to sexually service rich and powerful men that visited the compound, the same way that Jeffrey Epstein and Bill Clinton did together in 2002 with Ghislaine Maxwell. And all kinds of fucked up shit happened. Like literally, she claimed that she was forced to watch videos of prostitutes being murdered. The women would be lined up in a hallway with these rich visitors touching their genitals and saying, you might be a Miss USA in California or in the United States, but here you're a fucking cunt. Your fake tits are disgusting. And literally, like, they got gassed in a discotheque and came to with their clothes disheveled, realizing that they had been motherfucking raped. Okay. And then our Department of Justice, when Shannon came back to the United States, begging for fucking help and was brave enough to be the first person in our country to ever go after the then richest man in the world. Our Department of Justice decided, you know what, let's just slap them with diplomatic immunity, even though they're not technically entitled to it. Killed her case. The
So
UK courts did the right thing. They tried to go to trial, Paula Brad, but Prince Jeffrey didn't want that. He paid her off. That's who Shannon Marketic is. She's a lost, forgotten victim, and so is her entire story. And I would love to talk to her. I don't even want to talk about what else I know and think about Shannon Marketic. But the point is, Darren, thank you so much, and I cannot wait to talk to her.
Yeah, that's why I gotta ask: what are the crimes? And also, if this is all legitimate, leading to an investigation, then why aren't you gagged per 18 USC 1510?
What's the statute? Tell the audience.
18 USC 1510. You should be gagged if a three-letter agency believes any of this. You shouldn't be able to speak to any of this. This is
I
all
didn't
legitimate.
say. I didn't give you any context about what the triple letter agency talked to me about.
No, all
Number
of this,
one, they
if
were
it's
interested
credible, you should
in
be gagged.
one singular item that I happen to know that I spoke publicly about once. Next thing you know, little interview, few questions, all hinged on this one factoid that I just happened to know and I happened to speak upon. I didn't do anything illegal. I found it just as easily as any of the rest of you had, but it seemed to be concerning enough that they wanted to ask me about it, and I've never spoken about it again. The Huff. Does that answer your question?
Like, also to recognize Hoff, Tapley has said it multiple times just in this live alone, he's not a legal expert. If you want to talk to a legal expert about like whether or not shit that Tapley is doing is legal, why don't you talk to Kate?
Well, that's not the point. The three-letter agency, if they found it credible, would tell him that he is gagged. He cannot speak to any of this.
How are they going to find it credible when they're not investigating?
Don't you have to have an active case?
We heard Cash Patel say that there is nobody being investigated. He said that the only people that these people were being trafficked to was Jelaine and Epstein. We have Pam Bondi that isn't holding. They're actually scrubbing documents off the files, right?
What makes you think the material witnesses don't?
8,000 hours of overtime to redact Trump's name out of the files. What are you talking about, Hop? There's so much damning shit against this administration and the cover-up. What else do you want?
So again, what makes you
I
think that a material witness
he
can't
wants
talk?
CSAM, right? That would you just want to see CSAM? Like, I don't
What-
understand you guys. I don't understand why you need to see it personally. Like, why can't you just listen to women?
This is gonna
Well,
do more
his question is
damage
that
to his.
somehow a witness
what he's-
who is interviewed by the FBI would somehow not be able to not discuss it publicly. That's not true. Show me where witnesses don't talk all the
In an
time.
active investigation, if you
All the
have
time.
something so credible,
There's
then
not
they
any
usually
active
gag you and tell you
investigations.
not to talk about it.
Anybody
They're
can
not
be a
investigating
I don't know why you guys are
anything.
giving this
The
guy a
victims
platform.
and a
truly,
Did he not get
listen.
interviewed?
Guys, you know that I'm no snowflake, and I'm sorry, the Hoff. And as a matter of fact, I really enjoy going on your panels, and you're nice to me. You don't kick me. You don't mute me. I'm not kicking you because I can't handle you. I actually can't, energetically, just simply in terms of I'm not willing to debate with you right now. If you have questions, that's fine, but you're coming in fucking hot. I've got about 1,000 people asking me questions, like sincere, good faith ones that I would much prefer to address than getting into the minutia of your delusions. So why don't you save it, the Hoff? I'll come on your panel anytime. If again, like we can just kind of get past like the actual questions here instead of deflections, and the panel turns back into the debate. Fine. I'm not doing this right now.
He's
Oh,
streaming this. He's streaming this from his panel. That's what he's trying to do. So he's just trying
Okay,
to.
fine. Well, enjoy the show, the Hoff and the Hoff's
Tapley,
audience. All right. Can we
listen.
move on?
I'll make this as quick as I can. If you trust me, listen, because
Okay.
MAGA being in here is very dangerous, and it's not. Sorry.
Yes. Why? What do you mean? I don't know what you mean by that. The backside of my account?
It's fine for me.
Hold on.
You're also permanently teacupped, so you might be glitching.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
I
Yeah,
think
teacup
you're
you're
for some
glitching.
glitched,
reason.
and you had a lot of problems us pulling you up. You might want to refresh because it just looks like you're on mute and you're teacupped
Yeah,
from
so
what
Yeah,
I
it
drop,
can
does.
see.
Darren. I'll leave your box open. Just drop, completely exit out of the app, and then come back into the app. Yeah.
I want Madam to.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Okay. So I promise
I
I'm
want
not.
Madam to say what
Okay.
she was going to
Thanks,
say, and
I'm
then
not
Darren.
I'll say
hijacking
something,
the live,
Tapley.
but Tapley, if look, I
What?
respect the fuck out of you. I love what you've done, and I everything you said was valid, dude. But like the entire TikTok sphere has just fucking exploded after this live. You have good trouble trashing you. All the big creators on the left trashing you right now. I'm not doing this to hit at your ego. I'm telling you, they're gonna try to derail all the hard work you've put in that I respect because I know what you're sacrificing. I know what you put in. I'm trying to do damage control, and during this live, there was at least I counted at least 250
Okay.
bots with new farmed accounts that were spamming to derail it.
Okay.
And you have people on MAGA side trashing you, hosting lives right now. And again, this is not to attack you. I've been
Madam,
trying to control
listen,
it.
I get it. Madam, I'm going to stop you there and I'm going to cut to the quick and literally just give you three simple words. I don't mean this like, in any way like nastily towards you. And I do appreciate you advocating for me and coming up here and explaining that to me. But those three simple words would be, I don't care. And anybody who's listening, be you streaming from the Huff, be you down in the gulag, etc. If I did not meet a threshold of acceptability to you, I suppose I'll say, I guess, sorry that I wasted your time. I will absolutely not be deterred. I will absolutely continue to appear here on TikTok lives. If you don't want to let me up on your panels anymore, and you think that I'm all of a sudden, like suddenly not an incredible debater, etc., fine. Like fucking rake me, talk shit about me, make fun of me. It doesn't make any difference to me. It changes nothing about what I'm going to do tomorrow when I wake up, like I do every single day, and commit 6 to fucking 12 hours to this, like I do every day. I'm not here to change your mind. I was here to offer you. I was here to offer you a loop based on observable patterns. It is really complicated shit that we're dealing with. We're talking like 40 years of criminality in this like one context, right? Like predation, trafficking, grooming, just whatever. I get it. I get it. I get the backlash and I can handle the backlash. If you want to come for me, come for me. I will address you without crashing out. You're not going to hurt my feelings. I'm not going to bed tonight thinking that I'm a fucking loser. I'm going to go to bed tonight being like, I tried. A lot of people didn't get it. And the people who did get it, that's who I'm here to talk to. And there are a lot of other people. This TikTok is not planet Earth at large. There are a lot of people outside of this app in my life who rely upon my information, and they take me seriously, and that's enough for me. Anybody like I have no expectation that like people should just all fall in line with what I said, that they should get it, and that they should, like me. It really doesn't matter. The simple point is, madam, I thank you. I can handle it. Let them talk. Let them
Hey,
talk.
Tapley.
Yes.
I just wanted to say I'm a child SA survivor as well as we've talked on other lives, and I don't know what these people's problems are, trying to silence you or trying to bring down your the credit you deserve on the time and the effort you're putting into this. Where are all the survivors that need to be speaking out, but they can't because they're the fear, the guilt, the shame, whatever reason you're doing this despite all that and despite the attacks. And I'm just saying, I am one of there's 82,000 Boy Scout survivors, and seeing you speak out and not take care about their shit it's inspiring because very few, and I hate to say the term because sometimes I say male survivors, but that's what, you know, is rare, or there's just a lot of problems with male survivors coming forward. And what you're trying to do, again, you're not the lawyer, you're not the FBI, you don't have $1 billion budget to fight these people. You are a survivor trying to find the truth, trying to connect the dots, trying to find red flags, trying to help people, you know, understand. I mean, like, these banks have settled hundreds of millions of dollars for not lightly. They fought this shit, and there's so many things to connect, and the more we talk about it, the better it is, because it's more awareness, more, and these people, I don't care if they're big creators, if they're not survivors and they're not defending you, then they need to understand what's that motive. Who are they trying to silence? Because again, there's thousands of us. I'm going to tell you right now, there's 56,000 confirmed Boy Scouts already through the process, and we're not coming forward where we need to and unite. And there's, as we know, 1,000 plus in the e-files, and everybody that comes forward, they get beat up, and it's bullshit. It's and I don't want to keep going on, but I'm saying it's like a cancer that we're trying to find the cure for, and you're not going to always find, like, oh, this is the big thing that's going to make it happen. You're going to have to keep bringing this stuff up and find the links between the attorneys and the banks and all the perpetrators, and eventually what they say in a civil case, not criminal, but in a civil thing, which are what we're looking at in some cases here, it's a preponderance of evidence. Eventually, it's like there is a more likelihood that this shit is fucked up and these are the people involved, and that is enough for court of law to act on it.
Tapley, I want to say something to you. I am more of a friend, and by the way, you know it's going everywhere. I am more of a friend to you than those fucking scumbags on some of those creators. I'm not naming them all. I've got recordings that I am a better friend to you than some of those fucking scumbags that are on your side of the aisle. They're fucking scumbags. I didn't come up to say anything else about your presentation. Listen, I didn't think I thought you did okay. I thought you could have used a computer, but that's a different topic. Those people are not your fucking friends. They're not your same people. We've got 25 minutes of different creators being dicks to you. Fuck them all. We're not buddies. We disagree on everything. Those fucking people are fucking scumbags. Scumbags. They fucking are not your friends.
Can I interject? Because I'm actually on GT's live, you guys. I'm actually watching GT's live also.
Yeah, well, I watched it fucking when he first got on, and we've got it all recorded, and I'll give it right to Tapley.
Well, let's see it. I mean, I don't think it's helpful to, like, you know,
Tapley,
spiral into that.
Hey, brother, listen,
if anything,
drop me.
Right
you can
now,
drop me. It's
Patriot,
okay. Tapley, you
what
can
you are
drop me.
doing by
I'm just
coming
telling
up
you, they're
there
not
and
your
talking
fucking
about
friend.
this is you're essentially doing more
They're
harm.
not your
The goal
friend,
here
Tap.
that
That's all I'm saying.
Well, Patriot, listen, thank you.
Informal one.
Hold on, JD. Patriot.
Okay.
Thank you for being here. You know, you're being very reasonable to me. Thank you for the information. But again, like, left, right, doesn't matter. It's very clear to me that there are a lot of people who have opinions, who want to critique me, and that is fair game. I came into this tonight knowing that was a big possibility, and I still chose to do what I did tonight. And again, I'm not going to lose sleep over this. I'm a 39-year-old man. If somebody calls me a nothing burger or a loser or a tin hat or, you know, said that I fucking flopped, I don't give a shit. Again, like, it does not matter to me that, like, the Hoff who cannot put on pants while he is on camera.
Hey, I'm talking about the left.
No,
not the right.
Fine. It doesn't matter to me if, like, you know, I'm not saying that I heard he did, but just as an example of, like, Good Trouble thinks that I'm like a piece of shit, it's fine. Like,
no, it wasn't that far. I was not happy. Listen, we've had our freaking problems, whatever it is, right? But I was extremely disappointed in 3 different creators, and we've got recordings. We've got them, just so you know. And you know I'm going to send them to you because you know I'm not full of shit. I was disappointed that somebody that is in my sphere, as you like to say, right? That's your quote. It was not just, they didn't directly make fun of, but in every single example, unless you were trying to misconstrue it, we're saying that it was a waste of their time and that they can't believe they wasted their time. And I'm
No,
like,
and listen, and
I
that's
felt
super
shitty
fair.
for
That
you.
is
That's
super
what I
fair.
feel.
If people
It's
came in
not
here
fair.
tonight like thinking that I had something that would immediately result in charges against the most famous person to have ever lived in the 21st century, I'm so sorry that I let you down. I really am. I don't know what to tell you. I was very clear in setting up sort of the expectations tonight. At least I thought that I was, and I missed the mark for some people. And again, I can swallow that, and that is a fair critique. People have the right to take in the information in the way that I laid it out. Maybe I wasn't concise enough, there are all kinds of critiques that are perfectly acceptable. And the last that I really want to say about it is I see it, I absorb it, and tomorrow I move on undeterred.
So
That's
now
it.
there's
I'm going to
now
drop it
there's
because I want
four
to say
things I
good
want
for
to
your
say.
work
I've
on the
been
for the
waiting for
victims.
so
Nope.
fucking
Let me
long
finish. I'm
now, and
dropping.
everyone else gets to go
Good for your
catch
work
All
on the
right.
victims for the victims,
And I
Tapley.
please.
But JD, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. You can have the
Okay,
whole thing.
fine.
Tap.
Okay.
Good for your work on the victims. Some of these people are not freaking just because they vote the same way as you are not your fucking friends. Just want to make sure you know that.
That's
All
okay.
right. All right.
I have a
Take
tight
care.
circle of like
I know
real
you do.
friends. It's fine. This isn't
All right.
the real world.
I
And the
think
people
I
who
defended you
are
more
real
than
to me
fucking
are
they
the
did.
people I talk to outside of this app. It's okay.
That's fine.
Thank you, Patriot. I
No
appreciate
problem.
you. All right.
Later.
Have a good night.
Okay, so
Hey,
now there's essentially four things I want to say. Okay, but let's start out with the first three because they're mostly good. Taps, we had this is going to be number one. We had a private conversation, and I still believe this is true. Right now, what you are doing between you, Gel, and Olive being the presenter or the platform in which you guys can present this information, being able to have this informal type shit where you're able to provide the viewers with information as to the background shit that's happening, all the dark shit that's happening within our government. I believe that's absolutely necessary if we're to heal as a country. I have 5% left. I'm going to try to make this as fucking concise as possible before my phone dies. Two, if there was any constructive criticism that I were to give you at all, because I love you and I want to be honest and open with you, it'd be with regards to pre-presentation. It is absolutely important to let your viewers know who you are so that way they can it's no less the same with like a court case. You want to build a rap sheet, right? You want to be able to become emotionally presentable to the person you're trying to convey the information to. But there should be a cutoff with how long you go with that. You don't want to make that the centerfold of the case. Otherwise, everything else gets drowned out immediately. If that makes any sense to you, Tapley.
It does.
Third.
Super fair. Good note.
Third.
Totally.
I'm almost done with the Tapley criticisms, even if it's constructive on a public platform in front of 1,000 people.
I understand.
It's okay, Danielle. I'm okay.
No, Tapley,
I really am.
honestly, there's a time and there's a place.
I understand where you're coming from, Olive. I do. This is just me being like open to like Tapley. That's all. But I love him nonetheless. Again, like this was going to be part of the third point was you were able to build a concise case and close a loop on what seems to be not the most damning, but pretty damning in my eyes with regards to Trump's relation to JE. So as a question, I would ask you guys if you're able to do any further investigation. If not, have you already done more investigation into how this specific LLC is allocating and funding?
We're still working on it, like I said. Oh, wait, I assume you mean, do you mean E-Management New York LLC or do you mean Trump for President LLC?
You can use either one.
Well, so the answer in terms of E-Management, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's going to be a long trail. That is something that I expect to take weeks, if not well over a month, to get to the finish line on. And as a matter, I was more interested in closing the loop in terms of like Trump for President LLC, basically like lead you all the way to Penrose, right? Now, as far as Trump for President LLC, we tried very, very, very hard to find the genesis of it, right? Like original filing, very, very difficult. Nothing. To the extent, that's literally why I had to show you guys the Time Magazine article, the Newsweek article, as well as the Washington Post article, that all attributed both of those terms that I landed on, Trumpocrat and Trump-publican, in conjunction with David Marmon to Trump for President LLC. Those are reputable institutions who have to heavily vet everything that they report. And unfortunately, but fortunately, I mean, it's better than nothing, but unfortunately, that was the only sort of like, not that it applied, like that it was Genesis, but like at least like you have reputable, heavily vetting institutions like making it very clear that Trump for President LLC is officially like tied to the Trump camp, right? Does that make sense? Maybe
that makes complete sense within my mind.
Okay.
Like again, that's gonna be if you really want to close this loop out, that's gonna be the most like the big piece of evidence that counts, right? Is you want to be able to show to the viewer, hey, this is where the majority of this money is going, and this is how I'm able to make this connection, right? That's what I would think.
Right.
And then
and listen, and I want to make it clear though, I'm not alleging that I've seen anything that act like in terms of money trail, right? Like in conjunction with Trump for President LLC. Like I didn't find some like campaign contribution that was made to like, you know, there wasn't like a transfer of money that I was able to observe between Trump for President LLC and Penrose. But that still doesn't kill the link. And it's actually kind of the point, specifically given the state that it was filed in, which I tried to explain to you specifically why New Mexico is a haven for people who want to be very anonymous and detached from their LLC and basically to have a blurry paper trail. That is literally the entire point. That's why it is like the sweet spot for people who build shell companies. And like what I was trying to get people to understand is, to me, this is very clearly a sex work agency, be it OnlyFans, be it actual like escorting, right? Like that is like tied like to Trump for President LLC. Like whether like I've observed financial transfers or not, which I absolutely haven't and have never pretended that I have, it is connected to it. Do you know? Like I feel like I'm really meandering here. It's hard to like frame. I'm so sorry. And also I'm fucking brain dead.
You're doing a poor job at this, Tapley. You're doing a great job at this right now. I'm able to track all of this completely. Okay, so don't like blame yourself for any information that you think you are spewing like in a bad way.
Yeah, and it's like it's like we want to talk about like, I don't know, shell companies. It just this isn't like, this is how these things have operated, right? You know, like there's ties to different attorneys that are protecting the money. Like if you really want to understand how like trafficking rings have evolved, you really don't start with like the most sensational story. You actually have to follow the boring stuff. And that's why it probably seems like a big nothing burger to a lot of people, because there's literal like financial filings and like shell companies and like ownership transfers and assets and a timeline of 30 years. And, you know, nobody pays attention to this stuff. Things are supposed to look boring. Like shell companies are supposed to look like nothing online and in like business assets and on paper. And that's kind of the point.
That's
right.
Hey,
so
hey,
talk about it's just more about the ecosystems that have evolved too. And like, wait, hold on. Okay.
Wait, let's let Jell quickly finish. Darren, I think he has something to say, and then we're going to finish.
No, that's okay, because I wanted to actually bring up something specific.
Actually, hold on. It's out of control. Darren seems urgent. Go ahead, Darren, and we'll go right back to Jell.
Olive, is Parker is he trying to request up?
No, it's a fake account. They're just bringing a whole bunch of fake accounts in here trying to derail.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know if he wanted up. I mean, if he wanted up, you can drop me to bring him up if you want to.
It's a fake account.
Followers.
It's a fake account.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Tapley, I just saw all zeros on your back page, and with what went on with Roxy, it just kind of spooked me.
Okay. Yeah, no,
Okay.
everything's okay.
Thank you,
Okay,
Darren.
good.
All right.
Good.
Okay.
JD, do you
Sorry,
want to
Joel.
go quickly or end, and then I can, because I want to.
I have 2% on my phone right now. I don't know how my phone's still fucking alive. It feels like it's on a respirator. But what you just said perfectly goes into my fourth point. Okay, so Tapley and Olive are not here for the drama. They're not here to hear that this is a nothing burger. What they're here for is to provide you, the viewer, the audience, with what they believe to be information that is, I guess, I don't even know how to coin this. They would want to provide you with information which they believe is necessary in order to heal the nation. I'm just going to re-say the same thing I said earlier. That's what they're trying to do here, okay? Don't come up here and talk about other fucking creators who are trashing them. Rather focus on continuing to support them. Rather continue to ask these questions so that way they can provide you the answers. They can do the research and provide you those answers. Don't just don't be fucking kids, okay? Please, thank you. Can we not be fucking teenagers? Thank you. Love you.
Well, yeah, and thank you. I think what people don't realize is like when
Okay,
you're kind of you're sorry.
I love you, JD. Thank you for being here, buddy.
Oh. I just think that like criticism is fine. Like I understand, and I understand that like the presentation of certain things are not going to be absorbable by a lot of different people, and it does require like a specific type of mindset, I suppose. But like I said, it's not really supposed to be like this a spectacle or like a big headline. It really is kind of boring, and like that's kind of how it's not like this proves X crime. That it's opaque. And like specifically, I just wanted to give like one example, and like and what me and Tapley have done is obviously not completely based our research off of Trump specifically. Like if anything, we go off on like 3 different rabbit holes a day, and like we looked at each other's computers. We each have like 200 tabs up in like every single computer browser known to man. I have about like 20 pages of different topics and different rabbit holes that I'm consistently adding notes to throughout the day, while I have like an interview or podcast on in the background that I'm writing notes from, while I'm reading documents from the 90s, while I'm going through the files, while I'm trying to find old newspaper archives, etc., and doing like white pages background checks on people to like corroborate addresses and locations and financial documents and deeds to certain properties, etc. With all that being said, specifically, like there's a very interesting case that I have discovered that is basically like in 2008, a guy with like a really weird history of financial scams, he bought a $10 million Beverly Mansions house right across from the Beverly Hills Hotel. And then like 6 weeks later, he transfers the deed to a shell company created by Trump and like literally has his signature on it. He gives this home to Trump for $0. Trump never lives there, and then like has it briefly and then sells it later for millions of dollars as well, but like less than what he received it for. And so like this type of rabbit hole.
Exactly the same way that he did with the 2004 property that he outbid Jeffrey Epstein on behind his back, and then
that was actually he sold that for way more.
Sold it to a Russian oligarch. Yeah,
yeah, exactly. But it was a different type of situation. Yeah, exactly. Like, and this was, and keep in mind, this was all right before the crash. This was all before the market crash. Like it was almost like they all knew something was going to happen because they were all buying up properties that were worth tens of millions of dollars and then selling them to each other or giving them away to each other within a 2-year span. So it's not just about Trump. Like it's literally like, this is how the elites, this is how the people that have been consolidated into power have almost like strategically invoked the crisis that is like our economy and like done it on purpose so they could get away with particular advances that like the general public and like the majority of citizens or people around the world are not even privy to or have access to. So, and it's all by design. So that's kind of, and it comes at the expense of a lot of abuse, and child trafficking and sexual abuse just happen to be a huge part of it, honestly. So.
And I wanted to say it's a shame that the government's not doing this work. They've been sitting on this shit for decades, and you're having to start from just an avalanche of this stuff and digging through it. And I appreciate all the time because a lot of people just can't even stomach it. But I wanted to say it's not exactly the same, but there was a shell company in Delaware made for the BSA just in the minimum amount of time for them to have a qualification to file bankruptcy in that state. So there's definitely long-term strategies in many ways for these people to hide their abuse. And I did want to say one thing that you might not be connecting the dots on, and you did mention quite a bit tonight, and I really hope that there's some, I just don't have the time to go into this with all the Boy Scout stuff that I'm dealing with, but the NDAs, it's very, very important that you've mentioned all these survivors that have had to have NDAs. And one of the things that were instrumental in helping us was these laws that have been changing. The statute of limitations helped E.G. Carroll come forward in New York, and as well as many, many other survivors. And I just want to say, last year in Texas, we eliminated NDAs. It's called Trey's Law, and we eliminated that unanimously. And it's happening right now through many states this year, making their progress. But next month, the 1st of March, we're looking to be at the United States Capitol. And I'm in Texas, and love or hate this guy, and I'm not a fan, but Ted Cruz is one of the leaders on the Republican side. And excuse me, I'm going to get the name of the other the senators is Gillibrand that are authoring it, and then Britt, Schmidt, and Welch have signed on. So if we eliminate NDAs on a federal level, then all these survivors that cannot come forward because of fear of legal retaliation and such, that's going to open up a lot of shit that people are not going to want to hear about if they are the perpetrators.
Hey, Curtis, that's amazing. Thank you much for sharing that. I do want to just pipe in real quick.
Thank you, Curtis.
That an NDA signed as a cult survivor and whistleblower, I've been sued for $1 million. I've been stalked, harassed. My friend had her house shot at. Like, I've seen it. But as a survivor of coercion, if you sign an NDA in a situation like that, it's invalid. But I think we absolutely need to get rid of it because it's BS.
Thank you. I just want to say that's a common response, but there's so many reasons why survivors do not speak out. And it's named Trey's Law because Trey was at Camp Kanakuk, and Camp Kanakuk is a cesspool of shit. And we're on Canadian server. Anyway, unfortunately, he unalived, and it was because he felt they controlled him with the NDA. And that's very, very common.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's any direction, putting forward laws, and that's something that I'm really passionate about. I am working with another survivor to help update coercive control laws in the U.S., and it's something that we've also seen kind of update within the DV spectrum, but coercive control and cults and cult-like behavior is really not defined in any state. So I don't know if you want to connect with me. I'd love to chat.
Oh yeah, that's what I was going to say, because this is something that there's a big movement to remove the NDAs, and in Missouri of all states, the NDA that's getting eliminated, it made it through the House. It's got to go through the Senate. And it's also eliminating statute of limitations, and it's linked with Cindy Clemenshire, which people may not know, with Gateway Church, Robert Morris, which used to be linked with the orange guy. He got a 10-year sentence and serving 6 months. So these fuckers are all interconnected, and they're all, making sure everybody barely gets held accountable.
I mean, that's awesome, and that's something where my friend and I are looking at as well, is getting some of the laws changed on as far as going after somebody who hurts you or whatever. The statute of limitations on things like even human trafficking or coercive control or emotional harm, like we're looking at trying to change that within the laws to open up more justice, because I think a lot of that stuff shouldn't really exist.
Absolutely.
Because, like, I got out of the cult, I got sued, I got I was in between a legal situation that they caused, which is, my story's complicated. You can look at my profile, but
Sure.
like, I went through all of that, and then not only that, but you get put into a financial situation where you're unable to bring about even a criminal or civil case, nobody listens to you in FBI or anything like that. And a lot of people are like, oh, why didn't they go to the FBI? Or like it causes trauma to talk about. So I also want to commend your bravery for bringing that up. But like, there is a lot of different barriers that survivors deal with. And I'll say like a lot of the stuff I've been through is a baked potato compared to what people who have been in the files. But just I have that awareness that like it takes a lot more to necessarily speak out just because of just the fuckery that happens to your nervous system and NDAs and all that stuff. Because I actually, when I left, then they implemented a bunch of NDAs on everybody. So it adds a level of coercion for somebody who is, a perp basically. So that's awesome.
Absolutely. I'm sorry. It's just the fact that it's money over it's profit and power over people, unfortunately. And I was fighting the Catholic Church. I'm not Catholic, but I was abused in Louisiana, Arkansas, and Texas in Scouts, as well as my family abuse. But the thing is, the Catholic Church made my statute of limitations be 1 year. I had until I was 19 to come forward. And I've been fighting them until last year, 2024, when we finally eliminated their concern of it being unconstitutional. So I'm just saying, attorneys won't help you if they can't make a claim with NDAs or SOLs because they're fearing they're going to fight something and just not even be able to submit the claim, So,
yeah.
As you know, I'm just saying, it's complicated. Sorry, Tapley.
No, don't be sorry.
Oh,
I just want to quickly say to you, number one, I mean, you've already brought it up again tonight, but I remember it very cleanly from the last panel we did together. I want you to know that I have been looking into the gateway link that you mentioned, as well as I took particular interest in the boat with
excellent.
Jesus Christ, why am I blanking? The sea.
Yep,
they're not
SEA.
sea boys. What are
Sea Scouts?
Yes, there we go. Sea Scouts. That's what I was looking for. I was like, not sea boys. Yeah, I got really, really interested in that,
Great.
and it's linked to Mark Epstein, and that's something that I have already started looking at. So, it'll probably take quite some time, to find something reportable to you. But you've my word that I'm looking at it, and once I follow the trail and I either hit a wall or find something cool, I'll let you know.
Well, that's excellent, and I'm hoping that somebody will come forward. But the international water thing it's a huge problem. They take them out, no problem. Thanks.
And I've been like me and Tapley kind of work on different networks too. So like if there's a rabbit hole that one of us discovers, like a couple months ago, I was actually focusing on yachts specifically and actual property links, because that's kind of how you can tie, and also art purchases, because the philanthropy and the way that the economy has like consolidated through the 1%, they lend each other these things, right? They lend each other their private yachts, their private planes, and they kind of have loopholes that they can go through. And especially when it comes to property transfers or sales, everything is really, that's a money trail that they really can't hide. I mean, I think maybe as time has gone on, they've been able to hide they've been able to find more and more loopholes. Actually, they control the money, they control everything. But there's specific timelines when like trafficking and these organizations were really heightened with abuse, and they were able to just kind of operate within one another. And the Venn diagrams that like consist of the overlapping of abuse in certain networks across the country and globally are just like so apparent between like SNUFF films, all of the rings that, I mean, there's even like, I think I maybe asked you about it if you had looked into the Eye of the Chicken Hawk book. He is a writer, Simon Dovey, and he basically connected like all of the elite pedo rings connected in the 70s and 80s with young boys together. Literally have created like an entire book on it that connects all of them together. So
thanks for that. Yep.
The Lost Boys generation is insane, and I've kind of tangentially been learning a lot about that lately. I mean, not really in the context of Epstein, but just it's really been lost to time. Oh, what a thing! Predation specifically against young boys. you know,
And
what it was like, especially between the 50s and the 80s, and
oh yeah,
the like mail catalogs. It's really, 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 really dark.
But remember, it kind of almost
Oh,
does
and by
have
the way,
connections to
Jill,
Epstein, like even from a couple degrees away from separation. Like there's a lot
absolutely.
of accusations against Leslie Wexner, specifically from Boys and Men. There's a lot of
that is
accusations
true.
against, people like Roy Cohn and that whole thing that was going on with the
Yes.
CIA, all of that shit.
Yes.
So
Are you guys
Hey,
familiar
and
with
Jill,
the
just really quick, because you brought up yachts, just for funsies. You know what my favorite transfer of a yacht ever is?
Sultan of Brunei's yacht?
Yeah. Yeah. That went to
Yeah.
Donald J. Trump in the late
Yeah.
80s. And before that, Elder Khashoggi.
Oh,
It
and
was his.
the same yacht that actually has the world famous record breaking art sale of a Leonardo da Vinci that was purportedly lost to time and then was somehow discovered and was transferred from the same Russian oligarch that Trump sold his record breaking real estate deal to in 2008. Yeah.
Oh, right. Oh, you bring up rare art. You mean like literally the most popular way to do things like, I don't know, launder money?
Yeah.
It's rare art, particularly stolen art, sometimes forged art, and then horses, surprisingly, which is something I've learned along this path. But regardless,
Yeah. Oh,
I'm
like
sure
the
none of it's
horses
related.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
like related to maybe the horses that actually never existed in the millions of dollars Epstein spent to create a barn that never actually held any animals at. Yeah, that's true.
And I'm
I
not
almost
saying
forgot
it's.
about that
Go
one,
ahead.
but
Yeah.
yeah, it's a
I'm
lot to
not.
remember these
Yeah.
things.
I'm not saying it's exactly related, but that explains sometimes people paying $1 million for a banana stuck to the wall, right? It's just a cover. But I did want to mention, besides, like people are worried about flight logs and stuff, but the yachts are definitely a way around it. But the military helicopters, I can't remember if that was something that y'all have touched or not. But moving between the islands or getting to certain places that aren't airplanes is definitely the
What's
military.
interesting is in my research today when I was looking over the files and things that were related to the actual documents that they had on e-management agency, I found a list of evidence that they held for investigation in particular cabinets. And I found 2 different lists that were dated at 2 different times. And coincidentally, some of the files that were missing in the later list were specifically files on Epstein's helicopters. Just missing.
And guys, I'm really sorry. I got a text from 10 minutes ago of Olive politely saying that she needs to wind down, but also
Okay.
she's not feeling very well. So we do have to wind down, unfortunately.
Great.
I think Al wanted
Guys,
to chime in though really quick. Sorry.
true.
Yeah,
Of course.
I was actually trying to say thank you. I'm gonna pop out myself because I have to watch a documentary tonight for some work tomorrow. But yeah, lovely to chat with you guys and appreciate the work you do.
Hey, Elle, it was truly my honor to have you on this panel tonight. You made me look good, if anything did, all right? So thank you for being here, and I hope to continue to interact with you again and again.
Thank you. Talk to you soon.
Talk to you soon.
Bye.
Have a good night.
All right, Danielle, how are you doing? You're
Oh, you're
muted,
muted,
Danielle.
honey.
Oh yeah, I'm just not feeling that great. I know I've been fighting something. I haven't had dinner.
Oh,
So yeah, I'm just gonna.
That's not like you. You got to eat.
Well, I wasn't gonna like eat on camera while that was going on. My phone, my live is freezing too. That's why I was off camera. Keeps glitching. It just does this when my phone gets hot, and it's been like the live's been going for a long time.
Oh, right. Yeah, people have been saying that they have to put like an ice pack on their phone if they're
Yeah,
live
it's
for
just
too
like
long.
after like a number amount of hours, it just starts doing this. So yeah.
Hey, so this came up really quick. Like, I just lost all respect for Nabra. He's a bitch ass motherfucker. I'm gonna say it on this live.
Listen, hey Poppy, I love you. I don't want to shit talk someone who isn't here. Like I want to
Why
discuss
they
this
can shit?
offline.
Yeah. No,
Well,
it's not even
listen,
just. It's not about you, Tapley. So much is the way that he's talking about the left in general.
And the way that this motherfucker puts a fake smile on day after day with Laura on the panel and acts like he's cordial, but really you want to be a POS on the side. I've had enough with these people. I've lost faith in our country. The humanity is gone. I don't agree with either side of the aisle. Like the way I watched tonight with the literal purity testing in the comments, eating the own on the left, and the right talking shit, acting like they know it all. Like Hoff pissed me off. Your own kid has an SA case. Why are you worried about any kind of files or anything? You should be worried about your family that's dealing with these same allegations. And like, Tapley, you're my friend and all. I'm gonna stick up for you no matter what. But what I saw tonight was just vile and disgusting. When somebody went out of their way to put themselves out there to do something for everybody, that's what the cause of this country should be, is solving this pandemic that we have of pedophilia. But instead, you want to sit here and critique somebody how they do something. It's not right. Our country is fucked. We don't have I don't
Poppy,
like that.
Poppy, thank you so much for your advocacy, your defense of me. I love you so much. You're kind of like my dad here on TikTok now, and I'm really thankful. I mean, we used to just go at each other, and I'm so proud of you. And like I said, I can handle heat. I can certainly handle Nabra. I'm certain he'll soon be in a position to say it to my face. And I think you could predict how that might go. Now, anyway, thank you, Poppy. Again, Danielle's not feeling well. We've got it in the live. I love you, and I appreciate you being here.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Yep.
appreciate you,
And
Danielle.
also, Tapley,
I had to get that off my.
I'm gonna have a couple of like eggs or something, and then I'm gonna go throughout these streets and I'm gonna say a word because I just listened to a little bit of it. I'm gonna go around and I'm gonna have a few words to say to some people. And this isn't about so I think there's a bit of context lost because we know the people that are within Tapley's like panels, right? We know so much
Yep.
more than a lot of people do. So for us, there was like a lot more like context to what Tapley presented tonight. And what I think people missed it on, okay, so if you are given one thing, right, and you have to, you're trying to figure out where does this one thing gonna lead me, right? And your mind starts going in these directions and you're like, oh my God, it connected to this. And oh my God, it then connected over here. And oh my God, this Penrose. Oh my God, that was on the letter that George got from Donald Trump. Like to live that, right? To live that and make those connections in real time. And every time you turn somewhere, it actually connects another dot. I don't think that people can understand, like when you present it, I think it's different than finding it, because finding it, I think, has more weight than someone just telling you what it is, right? When you're actually searching and you find another thing that connects and you're like, oh my fucking God. And then I got this letter from George and this fucking Penrose is on it. And now I'm going over here and this is matching. Like, that's the nuance and the context that people are not kind of understanding. And at the end of the day, if you're critical of anything that happened here tonight, if you're critical because you sat up here for 30 fucking minutes, like you're not the fucking president, you're not the fucking queen, you're a regular citizen who's fighting for your country. Okay? And sitting up on somebody else's panel for 30 minutes or 40 minutes to hear what someone did, how someone connected dots, is not something that anybody should ever have a negative thing to say or should complain about or anything like that. Like it is a better than you attitude, and it's fucking embarrassing. It's fucking cringe. And just listening to Milk's panel right now, I didn't hear Milk say anything. I'm like feeling very fiery inside, and I'm about to go around the streets and tell people what I just
Let's
said.
go.
No, because I think people, no, because people need to understand that this is beyond them and
Yes.
their little gossipy 10-minute, like their little like circles about being like haters or just trying so bad to find something negative. Who does that? Who's like, how can I take this and find the most negative thing in it? Like, are you fucked? You have someone here who is dedicating this point in his life to trying to find something. Gel's doing the same. And all you fucking losers can do is find something negative because it took half an hour of your fucking measly life. Fuck you. You're fucking losers. You're two-faced and you're not fucking friends. And if you didn't get anything up from it because you can't rub your two fucking brain cells together, that's your fucking problem. Like, I'm sorry, but Mama Bear is coming out and I'm done. I'm done with the two-faced fucking bullshit. Honestly.
Exactly. I'll see you in these streets, Danielle. I'm
Yeah.
going to lay in the motherfuckers. I'm sorry, Tapley. I gotta get your back, and I'm gonna speak up for you.
But
I hear
Tapley, I am
people
gonna
putting.
tell you,
Thank you, Poppy.
you fucking killed it. The amount of work you put into that presentation, I fucking love you so much. And I'm not saying this to make you like feel better or because I'm your friend. You did an awesome job tonight, and you've got a ton of people who got it, who understood what you were saying, and love you and appreciate you and want you to keep going. And at the end of the day, you fucking losers, Shannon Marquette wants to speak to fucking Tapley. So fuck you. He had the last word. Go fucking back to your loserville life in fucking Peasantville, you fucking dollar store peons. That's all I have to say.
Oh my God. I only wish that this panel hadn't been centered on me so like that we could just fucking end on that note. But obviously I cannot end without my offering my deepest gratitude for disappointed or not for the people who at least had the curiosity to show up and hear us out. If you felt like we missed the mark again, sorry, not sorry in the event that like I'm not responsible for, your receptiveness to my, information. And I can totally already swallow. I have critiques for myself as far as certain parts of my presentation, concision. If I had better technical equipment, and it would have made more sense to do it on TikTok Studio. Like, I have self critiques about this. I am not embarrassed. I will triple down on the line of research that Jill and I just executed. And it continues to develop within like literally the last 30 minutes of the show was me trying to shoehorn in cooperative materials from Becca Day, who is the undisputed expert of this entire case on this very app. Becca Day takes me seriously enough to trade information with me. And I believe she actually sat in the chat for a while tonight. And shout out to Becca Day. Even if I disappointed you, by the way, I don't know. We haven't spoken yet. Point is, I'm glad that I've at least up till now, and and ongoing managed to get your attention, your very serious attention. And the people I was doing this for tonight are, in fact, the people who do support me and are giving me W's in the chat and who whatever gave me gifts that I'm not asking for. I do this for free. I literally gave up my job to do this on a moral level, by the way, a very high paying job because truly I could not go to bed living with myself while doing this work and fighting for progressive politics on this app every fucking day, and very skillfully, I might add. I think we could at least agree upon that. Just listen, I'm not going to ramble on. I'm going to bed tonight proud of myself and vulnerable enough to swallow my self critiques and everybody who had anything negative, dark, or whatever to say about me tonight. I'll still have the guts to face you anytime on any panel and talk to you about this panel or literally anything else. I look forward to it. I'm not going to stop my work. I don't feel deterred. And I am absolved because the reality is Danielle's not wrong. What the fuck are you doing? Enjoy your Google searches. Enjoy your temporary reactions to data dumps. Enjoy collecting factoids from like talking heads on TikTok or Threads or whatever the fuck who are reading national news and then regurgitating it back to you. Go ahead. Stay in the present. I hope you're enjoying yourself here. Jell and I are spending a lot of time in many parts of the forgotten fucking past. And we are trying to figure out how to put all of these pieces together to try and fully frame what is literally the biggest fucking conspiracy of all time. It is sprawling. It will take me fucking years to fully understand this case. And as we speak, regardless of what you think of me, a lot of people who frame every component of your fucking life are the very people who are dark enough to do endless amounts of harm to generations of women, children, and it's all funded off of your sweating backs, extracted from your fucking labor. You pay the subsidy for their corporate lush lives. You, with your tax dollars, do they litigate their own predations and win and get away with it? You are perpetrator and victim at the same time. So, and get ready, guys. It's only going to get a lot fucking weirder from here. I hope you understand. Buckle up. I think regardless of what side of the aisle that you're on, it's not working out so well. And if you think you've seen anything, you haven't seen fucking shit yet. Thank you to everybody. Hold on. Thank you to everybody who supported me. I deeply appreciate this. And this live or not, this work has changed my life. And I'll see you on TV. Go ahead, Poppy or Danielle. Yes.
Yeah, you know my DMs are always open if you need to talk. And Danielle, I just want to say one thing before I leave. Thank you for giving us Americans that are grateful a platform to speak how we feel and give us the free speech that we don't have in America. I am ever grateful to have you and have your platform every single night. And you see I'm in here every single night. I thank you. Unlike some of these ungrateful sons of bitches we have in this country that don't realize how much is being taken away from us. And I will see you on these TikTok streets. I'm gone. I'm going to do this. All right.
I'll
Bye,
talk to
guys.
you in a bit.
Thank you, Poppy.
I got some business to take care of.
All right, guys. Have a good night. Love y'all.
Big Poppy and I ride at dawn, so we're
Yep.
off to do that right now. Big Poppy,
All right,
let's go to Milk's
I'll be
first.
watching. And don't you dare drag me into it. I just want to crawl in bed with my boyfriend and listen to this shit show with my headphones on.
Love you.
Love you. Thank you, Danielle.
Of course.
And thank you, audience. Thank you, everybody.